Do we have Mr. Searcy here for redirect?
I believe it is my understanding that we do. When did you first, to best as you can recall, make contact with the county attorney's office?
Probably 2 days after I had first heard that this all happened.
Okay. And did you speak with someone? Did you leave a message? What happened after that phone call?
I got a recording and left a message.
Okay. Did you ever hear back from the county attorney's office?
No.
Okay. When did you make any subsequent attempts to contact the county attorney's office?
I can't precisely, but a few months later, like 2-3 months later, once more information came out about it. Because originally I called because I had one piece of information that could be very useful at that point in time. Then later on, that information was really no longer relevant. But the other piece of information I had was, so I called about that.
Okay. And did you describe the piece of information on these calls?
Neither.
Okay. And then you became aware that Mr. Abduhadi was coming to be interviewed by the county attorney's office, correct?
Yeah, he had contacted me and let me know that he was going to be flown out to Arizona to be interviewed.
Okay. And at that point in time, was there discussion about, are you advising Mr. Abduhadi what you knew, and that sort of thing? Just kind of describe that for us.
I didn't cover any real great detail, but I said I had some information they might want to know about, so to let them know, and he said he would talk to them and tell them.
Okay. And subsequent to his interview with the county attorney's office, was it your understanding that he told them about you having this information?
When he came back, he said that he had talked to them and someone would be contacting me.
Okay. And did they ever contact you?
No, a couple weeks later, Abe had contacted me and asked if I'd heard from him, and I said, no, I never heard from your guy. And that was it.
Okay. Without telling me who it was someone present when you had this phone conversation with Chris Hughes that where he asked about your being on Jodi's witness list?
Yes. Okay. There was someone in the car with me.
Okay. Is that person afraid to come forward, afraid of Mr. Hughes?
Yes.
Okay. For business, financial reasons, right?
Yes.
Okay. This conversation you had with Mr. Hughes, is it your impression that he was attempting to dissuade you from cooperating with myself or Jodi Arias?
That's interesting. Because of who it is and the fact that he's very powerful within the company, there's an implied, like, why are you doing this? Because, he doesn't normally call me or talk to me. So the fact that he would call me or talk to me is kind of unusual.
And
We've
then-
spoken a few times, but not, any kind of regular basis.
So you believe that there was an implied threat in there?
I can't say it was a threat, but it was, for me, my main thing was, how did he know I was on a list that I didn't even know I was on? Because when I last talked with you, you weren't sure. So I got that, and that's what made me want to talk to him to find out how he even knew about it.
Okay. And you said he referred to me as a snake and that I was a liar, things of that nature, right?
All that stuff, yes.
Okay. And you would say that those would be things that would attempt to dissuade you to work with us, right?
Yeah, he attempted to shake your credibility with me, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Just may I ask may I follow up on that?
You may.
Sir, you indicated that you don't speak or talk to Mr. Hughes very often. Actually, that's not true, is it?
Well, let's get our definitions of what very often is.
Well, you used that, so why don't you give me your definition?
I've spoken to Chris maybe 2 months ago, maybe once every 2 or 3 months, maybe.
Isn't it true that this past weekend on a Saturday he was scheduled to appear at one of the seminars?
He was holding one of his own seminars for his own business, and we had flyers at our meeting that we were passing out, but I had no conversation with him about that till the day in the car.
And with regard to the conversation about the person in the car, who is it?
Not relevant.
Sir, it's not the way it works.
Objection, Your Honor. It isn't relevant.
Counsel approach. Proceed.
Sir, do you have a pen?
Yes?
Write the name down of the person that's present in the car.
Yes, sir. Do it. I'm going to seal it. It will not be public information.
And if I refuse?
I'm ordering you to do it, sir.
And if I write this number down and it's under seal, what does that mean exactly?
That means it is not public information, but the parties will have access to the information, but it will not be public.
What happens if I decline on the 5th?
We will need to discuss that. Is that what you're asking to do?
If perhaps Mr. Searcy should be appointed counsel.
Do you have an attorney, sir?
Not handy.
Do you have an attorney that you would like to consult with about this issue?
At this time of day, no.
All right, we will adjourn until tomorrow. I will give you an opportunity to discuss this issue with your attorney. You have the ability to hire your own counsel, is that correct?
Well, in lieu of that, since I am supposed to leave town, I would accept whatever you say as what could happen as being credible.
You may. Let everyone leave the courtroom. I'm going to have a proceeding outside the presence of the public. Will also not be recorded in any way, other than by the court interpreter, or the court.
Do as we were doing with Dr. Geffner and recess early today to continue this misconduct hearing. And Mr. Martinez is telling us that his witnesses, I believe what he's telling us is his witnesses are local, so that should not cause.
No, I said I would be ready to proceed. That doesn't mean that they're local.
Just so I'm clear, Wednesday the 30th, tomorrow, the 31st, do you expect to have witnesses for the entire day?
I suspect, yes, we will on both the 30th and the 31st. I cannot say for certain, but from what
Can you spell your last name?
Yeah, Daidone.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please walk around and have a seat. You may proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Daidone. Can you give us your name, please?
Yeah, Lisa Daidone.
And what's your maiden name?
Andrews?
So are you married now?
Yes.
And who are you married to?
Dominic Daidone?
And how long have you been married?
About 2.5 years.
What do you do for a living?
I work for Prudential Insurance as a short-term disability claim manager.
Okay. Are you on leave right now?
Yes.
For what?
Parental leave. I had a baby 4 months ago.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you.
I want to talk to you. How old are you right now?
I am 25.
25, okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about Travis Alexander, okay? Did you know him?
Yes.
Now, originally, you and Travis, did you meet at church?
Yes, we did.
Through church activities?
Yes.
And were you both in a singles ward?
Yes.
Can you describe for me what that means, a singles ward?
Yeah, it's just a place where members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints would go. I started going when I was 18. That's the age you would start going. And then there are single members that go up until their age 30. When they turn 31 is when they would go to a different ward.
Okay, so a singles ward, I assume if somebody gets married, then they would not be in the singles ward anymore?
Correct.
Okay. So in other words, you wouldn't be in a singles ward now?
Correct.
Okay. What's the age difference between you and Travis?
A little over 10 years.
All right, so you said you started when you were 18?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
that's okay. Were you 18 when you first met Travis?
I believe so.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly when I met him the first time, but yes, that's when I started going to the singles ward, and I know just from knowledge that he was in the singles ward when I was 18.
Okay.
So probably met in passing at some time.
Okay. And about how many people were in the singles ward?
I don't know. I mean, 200 to 300. I really don't know the exact amount or anything.
Okay. But we're talking in the hundreds, right?
Yes.
So it's not just 20 people.
Correct.
And so when you first met Travis, then he would have been around 28 or 29?
Yes.
How long did you guys know each other? Well, did you know each other at all before you started dating?
Yes. Probably, about a year before we started seeing each other just one-on-one. We'd see each other in large groups for about a year.
And is that, you'd see each other like in church activities type thing?
Yes.
During this year, did you ever go to his house for any of the movie nights and things
Yes.
like that? And is that before you were dating?
Yes.
And how would you classify that year before you started dating? How would you classify your relationship with Travis? Were you acquaintances? Were you friends?
I would say we were friends.
Friends?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to him very often?
Occasionally, yes. At those gatherings, never really. It wasn't until later that we became, started texting or talking on the phone.
Is that how when your relationship started to develop more?
Yes.
Now, before you dated Travis, you were dating someone by the name of Steve Bell?
Yes.
And how long did you date Steve Bell?
About 4 months.
And that was, so you dated Mr. Bell for a total of 4 months?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about how long before you officially started dating Travis?
From the time I broke up with Steve until I started dating Travis was about 6 months.
Okay. And during the time that after you broke up with Steve or Mr. Bell to the time that you officially started dating Travis, those 6 months, those are the time when you would still classify your relationship as a friend with Travis?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have any more contact with Mr. Bell?
Yes, occasionally.
Okay. And was Mr. Bell a part of the church?
Yes.
So he's also Mormon?
Yes.
I think the first time that you, well, I guess mostly for that year while you were just friends with Travis, you were, did you hang out mostly in groups with him?
Yes.
One of the first times that you did something alone with him, was that after you had just lost a job?
Yes.
Oh,
Sorry.
Overruled.
And did he talk to you about PPL?
Yes.
Was that a suggestion for a job for you?
Yes.
Did you ever get involved in PPL?
No.
And by PPL, I mean prepaid legal.
Yes.
Okay.
I understand.
All right. Now, overall, when you started dating Travis, you dated him for about, a total of about 8 months?
Projection reading.
Sustained.
How long did you date Travis for?
I would say about 7 to 8 months.
Okay. And about when did you start?
Roughly July of 2007.
All right. And so when did you break up?
Middle to end of February of 2008.
All right. And go ahead. I just wanted you to be able to do that. When you were dating each other, did you email with each other?
Yes.
Did you text with each other?
Yes.
Did you instant message?
Yes.
And did you also call each other?
Yes.
The old-fashioned way?
Yes.
Okay. And besides that, then, did you also go on dates with him?
Yes.
At the time that you were dating him, did you have an email address, lisa.andrews87?
Projection reading.
Overruled.
That means you can answer.
Yes.
All right. And when you were dating Travis, was it kind of what kind of relationship was it?
We had broken up a few times and gotten back together a few times.
Okay. So would you classify it as on and off?
Yes.
And when you broke up, who did the breaking up?
Usually it was me.
And during the times that you broke up with him, did he continue to text you afterwards?
Sometimes, yes.
All right. And did you end up start talking to each other again?
Yes.
And that would be until the final breakup, right?
Correct.
And after the final breakup around the end of February, did you have contact with him after that?
I did after the final breakup for a little bit.
Okay. When you first started dating Travis, let's see, how old were you?
When we first started dating, I was 19.
All right. And did he get really serious on you?
Yeah, he started talking about marriage fairly early.
Okay. I mean, he started talking about marriage how early? Within a couple of months or how long?
Probably. I can't remember exactly, but earlier than I was comfortable with at age 19.
Okay. And were you concerned about just turning 18 and then having the thought of getting married right away?
Section B.
Sustained.
Did you want to get married at that point in time?
Not at that point in time.
Why not?
I felt like I was too young and immature, and I needed time to live my life before I was tied down to be married.
All right. And did you tell these things to Travis?
Yes.
Is that one of the one reasons why you broke up with him the first time?
I wouldn't say that would be the reason the first time, but in later conversations, I would say that was the main reason we broke up the second time.
Okay. Let's talk about the first time that you broke up. What was the reason for that?
I came to the understanding that he was cheating on me.
Do you know who he was cheating with?
Yes.
Who's that?
Jodi, Arias.
And how did you learn that?
A former roommate of his had told my sister, who then told me.
Okay, so Mr. Alexander didn't tell you that?
No.
And did you confront him about that?
After I had broken up with him, yes.
All right. And after you broke up with him, did he continue to text you or email you?
Yes.
And was he persuasive about trying to get back together with you?
Yeah, I mean, in the way that he said he still cared about me.
And was he persistent, would you say?
Yes.
And eventually, did you get back together with him?
Yes.
And when you got back together with him, about how was your relationship at that point?
It was better. We had addressed a lot of the concerns that I had at the beginning. He explained that he wasn't.
Sustained.
All right. Did you feel that you could trust him at that point?
Yes.
And so did you feel comfortable getting back into a relationship with him?
Yes.
About how long were you in a relationship with him until you broke up with him again?
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you say whether it was months or days?
I would say months.
Okay. And so then what was the second reason that you broke up with him? What was the reason that you broke up with him for the second time?
He was getting more serious about marriage, and I wasn't ready for that.
Okay. And at this point, Travis would have been about 29 or 30?
I believe he was 30 by this point.
Okay. And in the Mormon religion, how is 30 an older age to not be married, or how is that looked upon?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. Is that how you were raised to believe?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did Travis express to you that he was concerned about being older and not married?
Maybe. I don't know exactly. But I mean, he was concerned that he wasn't married yet. He wanted to be married. I don't know if it was exactly because of his age or just where he was in his life. That was one of his goals. He wanted to be married.
Okay. And was he telling you that he wanted to marry you?
Yes.
Judge is not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
And so is this something that it got to the point that it concerned you to the point that you broke up with him?
Sustained.
Did you break up with him?
Yes.
And why did you do that for the second time?
I broke up with him because I felt that if he felt like he was in a point in his life that he did want to be married, he should explore other options because I was not ready at that point.
All right. And is that what you told him?
Yes.
And was this around December of 2007, would you say?
Sustained.
Do you remember when this was?
Not exactly. I would say maybe end of November, maybe early December, I'm not sure.
Okay. And at this point during your relationship, were you telling him that you loved him?
I believe so.
All right. And was he telling you that he loved you?
Yes.
And at this point now, that this, I guess the second part of, after the first breakup, before the second, did you believe that your relationship was exclusive?
Yes.
All right. So do you believe that you were you going to date anybody else?
No.
Okay. And did you believe that whether Travis was dating anyone else?
I believed it was exclusive between the two of us.
Okay.
It's monogamous.
All right. Did you know that he still had contact with Miss Arias?
Yes.
And did you know that he was in contact with another woman, Deanna Reed?
Yes.
And how did he contact them? Did you know?
A lot of it was phone calls and text messages, and I knew there were emails as well.
All right. And this was happening at the same time that, were you dating him at this time?
Yes.
And this was after the first breakup?
Yes.
And did you know that these were women that he had previously dated?
Yes.
But at this point, did you think that they were romantically involved at all?
No.
And he never told you that, right?
Sustained.
Did he ever tell you that he was texting these women and by the way, I'm also involved with them romantically?
No, he never said they were involved romantically.
Okay. At a certain point, though, did this kind of wear on your relationship?
Yes.
Okay. Why did it?
I felt that if we were to be in an exclusive relationship, he nor I should be texting or calling members of the opposite sex as often as they had done.
Okay. And at some point, did you ever have suspicions that he might have been cheating again?
Yes.
At the time that you were dating Travis, did you ever take any trips with him?
No.
Did you feel...
Well, I'm sorry. Yes, I just remembered just one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Where did you go?
We went to Sedona.
Oh, okay. Was that an overnight trip?
No, it was just a day trip.
All right. In your religion, Travis was a Mormon also, right?
Correct.
Okay. In your religion, how is it looked upon for two single people to go on an overnight trip together?
It doesn't look very good.
All right. And did you come to find out that Travis took trips with Jodi?
Yes.
And what time period was that? Do you know?
Like as far as a month or anything? Or what do you mean?
Was it during the time that you were still dating Travis?
Yes.
And did you know where they went?
A few of the times, yes.
Oh, where were those?
Sustained.
And did he go on several trips then, as far as you understand?
I believe I knew of two.
Okay. And both of those, did he ever ask you to go?
No.
To your understanding, were these overnight trips?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted.
Approach.
With Travis that you confronted him about these trips?
No, at some points it was during.
Okay. So did you ever tell Travis that you found out about these trips?
Yes.
All right. And did he explain it to you in a way that you thought that you felt it was an innocent trip?
Objection, leading, hearsay.
I'm leading so that there's no hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. Did he explain it to you in a way that you felt that it was an innocent trip?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about what you know about Jodi Arias, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember when you first met her or would have seen her?
I don't remember the exact time, but it was at, I believe it was at a church activity, a family home evening night.
Okay. And family home evening, is that something that the singles ward would do also?
Yes.
And I think I asked you earlier about going to Travis's house for cookies and movie nights. Would those be nights like family home evening nights?
They would be somewhat similar. However, the family home evening was actually sponsored by the church and was a church activity, and the other activities at Travis's house were just friends getting together.
Oh, okay. So did you meet Jodi the first time you saw her?
I believe so.
Okay. And when you first met her, to your knowledge, were she and Travis dating?
When I had spoken with her, she said that.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you come to find out that she was dating Travis?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Did you come to find out that Travis and Jodi were dating when you first met Jodi?
Objection, hearsay. The question includes the hearsay.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
I'm sorry, there were differing stories, so I don't know what I understood at the time. I understood they were not dating. I'm sorry.
It's okay. You understood that they were not dating?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever learn that they had dated?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were there different times that you saw Jodi and Travis together?
Yes.
Was that always in a public setting?
No, there was a time or two at his home.
Okay. And when those times at his home, were there other people around?
Yes.
About how many people? Like a small gathering or a larger gathering?
It would depend. I'm sure on one occasion it was a smaller gathering, one that I can recall.
Okay. And what would you include to be a smaller? How many people would you say in a smaller?
10 to 15 people.
Okay. So during the times that you saw Travis and Jodi together, did you ever see Travis being affectionate with Jodi?
No.
Did you ever see Jodi try to be affectionate with Travis?
Yes.
Did you see her trying to hold his hand?
Yes.
And did you see Travis do things like push her aside?
No.
Or brush her hand aside is what I mean.
I don't recall that.
Okay. Did you ever see basically him not reciprocating the affection?
Yes.
And as an example, I guess, did you ever see like her do something like try and reach for him and him just walk away?
I'm not sure of that example, but I did see her trying to, like you said, show affection, and he did not show it back.
Okay. And when we talk about showing affection, what do you mean? What kind of things was she doing?
I do remember one particular time at his house. He was trying to talk to the large group of people the smaller 10 to 15 people that were at his house, entertaining guests. And she, as he was talking to everyone, she would be all over him and hugging on him and have her arms around him while he was talking to everyone else, and he did not reciprocate that.
Okay. And during this time that you first met Jodi and Travis, I guess, would this have been in the time frame before you and Travis dated?
Yes.
So would that have been before July of 2007?
Yes.
And when did you join the singles ward?
The summer after I graduated high school in 2006, so I would have gone in June of 2006.
Okay, so do you have an idea of what the time frame was when you first met Jodi?
I don't.
Okay, but based on what we know with you joining the singles ward and when you dated Travis, do you agree it would have been somewhere between July of 2006 to July of 2007?
Objection, leading.
Overall, do you may answer?
Yes.
While you were dating Travis, he always professed...
Objection, lack of foundation, which time we broke up.
Sustained.
During all 3 times that you dated Travis, during this 8 months of on and off relationship, you never had sexual relations with him, in other words, intercourse, right?
Correct.
And did he always profess to be a virgin?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
Sustained.
Did you want to have... Well, let me ask you this. After he died, you learned that he was not a virgin, right?
Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
We discussed.
Approach.
You were doing the right thing to learn that he was Travis's death. Were you shocked to learn that he was not a virgin?
Yes.
Throughout your relationship with him, did you always feel like you were doing the right thing?
Objection leading relevance is typical. She felt.
Did you follow?
Overruled. You may answer.
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. Did you always feel that you were doing the right thing with regard to premarital sex?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you a little bit more about one of the times with Travis. Did you say earlier that you and Travis used to email quite a bit?
Yes.
And text also?
Yes.
And at times did you email Travis things about your relationship?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Can I ask you to review? Can I ask you to review that? You see the email address at the top?
Yes.
All right. Is that an email from you?
Yes.
And who is that email to?
To Travis Alexander.
Do you see the date at the top?
Yes.
When is that?
Sunday, the 23rd of September, 2007.
All right. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. Judge, may I approach?
You may.
And what I showed you for the record is exhibit number, what's been marked as exhibit number 385. You remember writing this email?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, defense would move to enter exhibit number 385 into evidence.
Objection hearsay.
Perch.
Of. Did you tell him that you took complete responsibility for not respecting the priesthood?
Yes.
Did you feel like it was your fault?
I felt it was a mutual thing.
Oh, mutual. Okay. Did you talk to him about that, whether you should have done a better job to keep his thoughts clean?
Yes.
Did you feel that that was your responsibility to keep his thoughts clean?
I felt, again, it was a mutual thing. Both of us were taking part in making out for what I felt was too long and too passionately, I suppose. And so both of us should have taken a step back.
Okay. Did you talk to him about that sometimes you felt that he wanted you just for your body?
I did say that in the email.
And that your kisses didn't mean anything to him?
I did say that in the email.
That you felt that it was a way for him to let out some sexual tension?
I did say that in the email.
That he had so much of?
Again, I said that.
Did that make you feel used and dirty?
I did say that in the email.
And that if he truly cared for you, did you tell him that it wouldn't have been about passion and lust?
I did say that.
Do you remember telling him that you had previously told him to not grab your butt?
Yes.
And especially not in public?
Yes.
But that he persisted in doing it?
Yes.
Did it make you feel like he wasn't really listening to you?
At the time, yes.
You talked to him about words that you didn't use because he didn't like it?
Yes.
Were there certain words that he didn't want you to use?
Yes.
What kind of words?
He did not like the words poop or crap or fart.
Okay, I'm sorry that you said that. I'm sorry I asked. But, okay, so he didn't like those words. And did you refrain from saying those words for him?
Yes.
All right. But yet, did you ask him not to talk about sex so much?
Yes.
But he didn't. He did anyway, right?
Yes.
Did you feel like he didn't care about how you felt, how your feelings were?
At the time, yes.
Did you tell him that you thought it was vulgar and unattractive when a man talks about sex as much as he did?
I did say that in the email.
And did you tell him that you know he wants it, meaning sex, but he needs to be patient?
I did say that in the email.
Is that because you believe that he had not had any sex before?
That's correct.
Did you tell him that he'll get his turn someday?
Yes.
Did you tell him that there were times when you felt that he was trying to mold you to be a certain way that he wanted?
Yes.
And that you felt that he was pushing you too much to be something that he wanted you to be?
Yes.
Did you feel that he didn't appreciate you for who you were at the time?
Yes. And I feel like this is all coming out of context, so I'm trying to just answer their questions the best I can. But
do you need a copy of it? Would that make it better?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thanks for telling me that, because I didn't know you would remember. By all means. I'm on page 2. Did you tell him, and I'm on the top paragraph, did you tell him that you felt like he wanted you to be happy for him?
Yes.
But that you didn't feel that he reciprocated that to you?
Yes, I did say that in the email.
That he asked for compliments often?
Yes.
That it would make it almost impossible for you to keep giving them and be sincere?
Yes.
Did you talk about your trip to Sedona with him?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I did.
And did you feel like he wasn't paying attention to you on that trip?
At times, yes.
Did you tell him that?
Yes.
And did he snap back at you that you should be grateful?
I don't believe he said you should be grateful. In the email, out of my frustration, I inferred that's what he was saying to me, but I don't believe he ever said those words.
Oh, okay. All right. So, but during the trip to Sedona, did you tell him that that he wasn't paying attention to you, or that you were worried he was on the phone too much?
Yes.
Okay. And did he comment back to you that...
Hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach? Well, actually, that's okay. That's okay. When you were talking to him about...
May continue.
All right, and when you were talking to him about the time that you met, after you both had just gotten home from out of state, did you tell him about your concerns that you made out too intensely?
Yes.
Did you also tell him that you thought you were part to blame for that?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you don't think that you have enough to agree upon with each other to be a family?
Objection, relevance.
Approach.
Yes. Did you express concern that you didn't share the same values?
Yes.
And did you feel that he shot your values down? The values that you embraced, he would shoot down?
At the time, yes.
And that was before you can even express how you really felt?
Yeah, sometimes, yes.
Did you tell him that it hurt your feelings when he told you that being a teacher is, if that's what you want to do with your life, but I think it sucks?
Objection, relevance, hearsay.
Counsel approach.
He didn't support you in that, did he?
Not at that time.
And how did that make you feel?
Not good.
Did it hurt your feelings?
Yeah.
Did you not feel supported by someone that you were supposed to be loved by?
Yes.
And when you wrote this email, it was he gone for a couple of days prior to this email? I'm looking at the second paragraph.
No, I wrote this email. I had seen him that day when I wrote this email.
Okay, but prior to writing the email, I guess, had he been gone for a couple of days that month?
Are you referencing a
The
paragraph?
trip to Havasupai.
Okay, where is that located?
Page 3, second paragraph.
I don't know if that was like right before the email or when in relation to this email it was, but yes, he did go on a trip.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Okay.
That he had been away for 4 days?
Yes.
Okay. And did that give you time to think, being apart from him?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you had been stressed out about certain things, but he didn't seem to be interested in your problems?
Um,
Third paragraph.
Third paragraph. Yes, I did.
And did that hurt your feelings?
Yes.
Did you tell him that he overreacted about a lot of things? Having to do with your trip, you say. His trip.
Yes. In regards to his Havasu Pride trip, yes.
Okay, and what did you mean by that?
I don't remember what happened on his trip exactly, but I think just one thing after another went wrong. I don't recall the specific instance, but something like they had car troubles and then this happened and so said, you know, something about the trip not being good or something. And so it was just a lot of snowball effect. His trip didn't go well, I suppose.
Okay. And so in the email, are you telling him that you thought he was overreacting to those things going wrong with his trip?
Yes.
And that when he overreacted, that was not attractive to you?
Yes.
All right, so hello there, Moki. Yeah, the two other emojis where I was trying to get the scared emoji, but the words may not really be that easy to see, so I'll try to see about some other way of getting that done. Because with the emojis are so small, to make out the letters is a little bit tedious. Seems like it's not that easy. But yeah, that's what the two other emojis were attempts at. But yeah, the Brooks emoji was the, obviously the Brooks emoji. Good to see all of you, and now we'll continue. Great to see all of you, rather.
And then in bold letters, you said that he didn't tell you that Jodi went with him on that trip, right?
Correct.
Did you suspect it?
Yes.
And because you suspected, did you ask him?
I don't know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I don't know if I asked specifically if Jodi was going, but I know I asked, who's going on the trip with you?
Okay. He didn't tell you Jodi.
Correct.
And so because he didn't tell you that Jodi was going on the trip, you trusted that she wasn't going.
Correct.
Did you feel that he intentionally hid it from you, that she was on the trip?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you thought he was being selfish when he wanted to have conversations with you late at night and you were too tired to talk?
Yes, I did say that at the time.
Did you tell him that you thought that he was ignoring some of your phone calls?
Yeah, at one instance, yes.
Do you remember, was he on the trip at the time that he was ignoring your calls? Do you know what that refers to?
No, it was, we were going to go on a camping trip with our singles ward, and I was with the friends that we were going to be driving up with, and he was late, and we tried calling to see what was going on, and he didn't answer phone calls.
Okay. Did you talk to him about that he got upset with you because you wouldn't let him lay on you when he was car sick?
When I was car sick?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
wasn't feeling well, and he wanted to like cuddle in the car, and I wasn't feeling well, and yeah.
And did he get upset about that?
Yeah.
And did you tell him that you thought that his frustration was visible and immature?
Yes.
And did you tell him that you didn't feel that you deserved to be treated that way?
Yes.
And that behavior seemed to continue throughout the rest of the campout?
Yes.
And then it seems that, did you go over to his house on a Saturday where you actually got along? Did you talk about that?
Yes, I talked about that in the email.
Okay. And you felt that things were better between the two of you?
Yes.
But then did you have some more time to think about it? Did you tell him that you had more time to think about it?
Yes, I told him that in the email.
Okay. Did you tell him that you were sick of hearing about Jodi Arias?
Yes.
And when he talked about Jodi often enough, is that when you began to suspect that he was still seeing her?
I don't recall when.
Okay, did you tell him that you were sick of hearing about her?
Yes.
Okay, and then did you tell him that that's when you began to suspect?
Yeah, it's quoted there in the email, yes.
Okay, and that he told you nothing was going on,
Yes.
but something inside of you felt otherwise?
Yes, and that something inside of me was actually his roommate had told me.
Oh,
And I had promised his roommate that I would not say anything because his roommate was afraid he might have a bad interaction with Travis at the time, just a fight or something.
okay. So you didn't want to give up the roommate, that's how you knew?
Yeah.
Okay. Were you upset telling him that what woman would hold on so long without any sense of reassurance?
Yes.
Were you talking about Jodi?
I think I was talking about both of us.
Oh, okay. And did you tell him that if he really cared about you, that he would tell Jodi to back off?
Yes.
And regardless of their past?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you feel you can't trust him anymore?
Yes, at that time I did say that.
And that you felt that at this point that your relationship could go no further?
Yes.
Did you tell him that to please not to respond?
Yes.
Did you tell him that you felt cheated and lied to?
Yes.
And did you tell him that you didn't wish to hear anything more?
Yes.
Now this was in September of 2007, right?
Yes.
But when did you actually have the final breakup between you and Travis?
February, mid to late February of 2008.
So after this email, did you still continue to talk with him?
Yes.
And that was that by texting?
It was all of the above.
Oh, okay. Texting, calling, and
Emailing, instant message, in person.
Okay. So did you continue to see him then?
Yes.
Were you separated at all for any period of time after this email?
Yes.
How long?
I don't know, maybe a couple weeks.
Okay. And during that couple weeks separation, did you have any contact with him at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. And then eventually, did he start contacting you?
Yes.
And did he feel badly about the breakup?
Yes.
And did you feel that he was kind of clingy to you?
I would interpret it more as he was trying to show that he cared and that he wanted to talk about the things that I had mentioned here, and at least if we couldn't date any longer, he would be okay with that as long as he could address some of these issues that I said out of anger. Okay.
Do you have any idea about how long it took you to write this email?
No.
And after you sent this email, did you contact him at all the next day or anything like that?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay. Did you ever contact him shortly after this email to say, I'm sorry, I take it all back?
No. Okay. But when we had spoken about it, I felt these issues were all resolved.
Okay. And so once you felt the issues were resolved, is that when you started dating again?
Yes.
And it was about a couple of weeks?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And so I guess based on the timing of this email, then we would be into what, October or November? That you started dating again?
Probably October.
Okay. And just so I have timeline-wise, what breakup is this?
This is the first.
This is the first one,
Yeah.
okay. And so then, so by October, November, you're back together again, is that right?
Yeah, October.
October, okay. And then in December, is that when you have the second breakup?
Yeah, late November or early December.
Okay. And is that second breakup because he was too serious with you?
Yeah, he wanted marriage and I did not.
Okay. And how long when you broke up was it December that you broke up in?
Late November or early December. I'm not
sorry,
sure.
I'm sorry, I keep getting that. All right, so late November or early December. Were you separated for any period of time?
I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know.
Would it have been as long as the first breakup separation?
I don't think so. Neither of us were out of town during that time, I don't think.
Okay. What do you mean neither of us were out of town?
Like for the first breakup, shortly after he had gone on a trip somewhere, I'm not sure where, and I had gone somewhere with my sister and our roommate. So I know we were separated as far as at least a state apart for that time. So
okay.
I'm not sure as far as the second breakup.
Oh, okay. With the second breakup, do you know if you had maintained any kind of separation by way of text messages and emails?
I don't think so.
Okay. So did he continue to text with you?
Yeah, but it was definitely reciprocated by me. We still loved each other. It was just we were in different places.
Right. Okay. And so both of you were talking to each other?
Yes.
And when was the final breakup?
Mid to late February.
Of 2008?
Of 2008, yes.
Okay. And did you do the final breakup?
That was somewhat more mutual.
Okay. Judge, this might be a good time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25. Actually, now that you have your key cards, you can let yourself back into the jury room. Just be back there by 1:25. Remember the admonition. Are there any questions? Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the record will show the presence of the defendant and all counsel. The jury is not present. Ladies and gentlemen seated in the gallery, it has been brought to my attention that there has been some inappropriate laughing and some comments made aloud in response to certain evidence that has been presented. I cannot necessarily hear you up here, but it has been reported, so I'm going to ask that you please refrain from laughing or making inappropriate or any comments during the testimony. Thank you for your cooperation. All right, we can bring in the jury. Yes. Please come forward and be seated. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ms. Jodi. How are you?
Good.
All right. I just have actually a few questions left. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the last breakup that you had with Travis. Okay.
Okay.
So is this the third one then?
Yes.
And this was the final one?
Yes.
And you said it happened at end of February, beginning of March?
I'm sorry, mid to end of February.
Mid to end of February in 2008.
Yes.
Okay. And this breakup, did you do the breaking up?
I probably initiated it, but it was more mutual.
Okay. And why?
The reason I really felt compelled to break up with him at that time was because some strange things were happening.
Okay. Was he having some financial troubles?
Yes.
Okay. And was he, because of that, was he feeling like he couldn't be attentive to you?
Yeah.
Okay. And then after you, the two of you broke up, did you continue to have contact with him at all?
For a little bit.
Okay. And was that through texting and emailing?
Yeah, everything.
Oh, everything.
Yes.
Okay. And about how long would you say that was?
Maybe 2 weeks after we broke up.
Okay. And then after that, you didn't talk to him anymore?
Right.
All right. Did you see him anymore after that at the singles board?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to him then?
No. But
So,
I didn't speak with him again until 1 week before he was killed.
okay. And you spoke to him just 1 week before he died. What did you initiate that contact or did he?
He did.
Okay, so and was that by text?
No, he had tried a few times calling me on the phone.
Okay, and were you not answering his calls?
Correct.
Did he continue to call?
Yeah, every once in a while, yeah.
Okay. Well, over what time period was it that he had tried calling you and you weren't answering?
Maybe 2 to 3 weeks. He'd called 2 to 3 times.
A week?
No,
Or
no,
total?
just total.
Okay. And were you intentionally not answering his calls?
Yes.
And despite that, was he persistent enough to keep calling?
Yeah.
And did you eventually speak with him?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all, Judge.
Examination.
Judge, I believe we need to approach.
Yes. Shortly. Let's bring in the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. You may cross-examine.
Ma'am, one of the things that you told us was that the reason you broke up at the third time, the final time, was that there were strange things that were happening, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things that was strange was that at one point you were living in an apartment, right?
It was a house.
It was a house?
Yeah.
And one night there was, or the door to that house had a security device. When somebody would come in, it would make a ringing sound, correct?
Yes.
And it was sometime in the evening that this front door made a ringing sound, right?
Yes.
You went downstairs and Mr. Alexander was over at your house, correct?
Correct.
And the both of you went downstairs to investigate and found nothing, correct?
Correct.
The door was open though, unlocked, correct?
There's more backstory
Okay.
to that.
So then, after that though, one of the things that happened is that you asked, as a result of that, you asked Mr. Alexander to spend the night with you, didn't you?
Yes.
And he in fact did spend the night with you, didn't he?
Yes.
And during that night, he never made any sexual advances towards you, right?
Correct.
He may have kissed you, but there was none of this passionate kissing, correct?
Correct.
You were not in the mood for that night, right?
Right.
And neither was he?
Correct.
And he spent the whole night with you because of this incident, right?
Yes.
And at no time that night did he touch your rear or hindquarters, did he?
No.
And at no time did he touch any other sexual part of your body, correct?
Correct.
The other incident that created, or that you say was strange that was happening, was that one day you were over at Mr. Alexander's house, correct?
Yes.
And it was toward the time that you were about to break up with him for the third time, right?
Roughly, yes.
About how much time before that was it?
I'm not sure of the time frame exactly, but I think maybe in December, late December, early January, possibly.
All right. And during that time, you were in the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And was Mr. Alexander in the kitchen?
Yes.
And while the two of you were standing there in the kitchen, did somebody come into the house unannounced?
Yes.
Was that the defendant, Jodi Arias?
Yes.
And is she the person that's sitting there to my left with the sort of tan top and the
Yes.
glasses?
Yes.
And when she came in to the house, she saw you and she saw Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And what entrance did she come in through?
The front door.
And when she came in and saw the two of you there, she turned around and just left, correct?
Yes, she ran out.
She ran out. And these incidents were the reasons why you indicated that strange things were happening, and that's why you ended up breaking up with him, right?
Yes.
You were asked about this particular email that you sent in 2007. Do you remember talking about that before lunch?
Yes.
And one of the things that was talked about with regard to that email was that something about tempted to kiss and that sort of thing. Do you remember that the email referenced that?
Yes.
Well, isn't it true, ma'am, that Mr. Alexander wouldn't kiss you at the start, would he?
Yes.
And in fact, the person who initiated the sexual contact, if that's what it is, was you, right?
Yes.
You told him to kiss you, didn't you?
Yes.
And he was the person that had been holding off, right?
Yes.
And you believe that the reason that he was holding off was in part because of your religious beliefs, correct?
Yes.
There was this particular issue involving him touching you in the rear end, the butt, I think is what was said, right?
Yes.
After you mentioned it to him in this email, did he ever touch you there again?
Not unmerited.
In other words, it was welcomed
Yes.
after that, correct?
Yes.
And during this whole time, while you were with Mr. Alexander, and in the beginning, there came a time that the two of you began to kiss, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned something in this email about sex was nowhere on my mind, and something to the effect that you felt that he was too interested in sex. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Actually, what was going on, ma'am, is that you and he were engaging in what was a very normal form of showing affection in kissing, right?
Yes.
And during the time that he was kissing, and again, not to get too much into this, he achieved an erection, right?
Yes.
You did not massage his erection, right?
Correct.
He did not massage his own erection, correct?
Correct.
It was a biological response to your lips, wasn't it?
Correct.
And that, at that time, because of your inexperience, you thought that he should have controlled his penis from becoming tumescent or getting big just because he was kissing you. You thought that's what the problem was, right?
Yes. Yes.
And it was because of your inexperience, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to this whole time, in the beginning, the first time that you're with him, he never at any time forced you to do anything sexual that you did not want to do, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the fact that he talked a lot about sex, it was mostly in a joking manner in response to certain things that may have been said, correct?
Correct.
So it wasn't like he was saying to you, we need to get down, baby, or anything like that, was it?
Correct.
It was more in response to the environment that was around him, correct?
Yes.
He never touched you, in other words, in an aggressive physical way, did he?
No, he did not.
And during the second time that you were together with him, the issues that are addressed in the email, were they partially addressed? In other words, did he begin to pay more attention to you?
Yes.
And did he begin to be, in other words, caring of how you felt?
Yes.
And in fact, you indicated that he was the one that wanted to get married, right?
Yes.
And at that time, he was doing everything he could to conform to what you wanted, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't the other way around, that you were doing what he wanted. Now, he was doing what you wanted, correct?
Yes.
And at times, when things would come up, he would and I'm talking about a sexual fashion, he was the one that actually would stop because he was afraid that you would be adversely affected in that area, correct?
Speculation, knowledge.
Sustained.
With regard to certain times while you guys were involved, did there come a time when he stopped and you wanted him to go a little bit forward?
Yes.
So he was the one at some point that was stopping, right?
Yes.
Without telling what it was, he gave you a reason, right?
Yeah.
And it was a valid reason to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
And the same thing during the third time that you got together with him, during that time. At no time did he foist himself upon you sexually, did he?
No, he did not.
If he kissed you, it was something that was welcomed by you, correct?
Correct.
And if you kissed him, it was something that was welcomed by him, right?
Yes.
Did you, when you were in public with him, was it a situation where you were glomming onto him, grabbing onto him, hugging him, all of that stuff? Is that what you were doing in public or not?
No.
When you describe what the defendant was doing, is that what she was doing when he's speaking with these other individuals?
Yes.
He was having a conversation with other people at that time, right?
Yes.
And he was engaged in talking whatever it was, correct?
Yes.
And they were watching, right?
Yeah.
And she came up on him and just started to sort of put herself on him in what appears to be a socially inappropriate manner, right?
Yes.
And that would be your assessment of that situation, right?
Yes.
And even when you broke up with him these other times, the first two times, did he ever scream at you that he was upset that you'd broken up with him?
No.
But he did want you back, didn't he?
Yes.
My understanding or viewing of what was going on, it appears like it was a situation more of, and I understand that he was older, but a couple of high schoolers going back and forth with each other. Would you have qualms if I characterized it that way?
No, that's exactly what it was.
And as part of being in this high school relationship, you had very strong feelings, didn't you?
Yes.
And you expressed them sometime in a somewhat immature fashion, didn't you?
Yes.
And one of them was sending him this email, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
And that's why you kept saying at that time, that's how you felt, right?
Yes.
And in retrospect, do you think that perhaps some of the comments that you made were a little unfair to him?
Yes.
And ma'am, with regard to everything that he did to you, and how you feel, and how you know of the circumstances and the situation that you were in, with regard to Exhibit 205, do you think in your mind, because you were the one that was experiencing, do you think that, do you?
Objection to that being shown, Judge, that it's completely irrelevant, and it's quite frankly...
Okay, counsel approach. Counsel approach.
Fact that he may have been cheating.
May continue.
Sir, ma'am, with regard to you were being asked about how you were aggrieved about the fact that he may have been cheating with the defendant. Do you remember about that?
Yes.
And you were asked about, how many times he had been cheating, correct?
I'm not.
You were asked about that,
Okay.
right? And that was part of the breakup, right?
Yes.
Do you think that it is appropriate, given everything that they claim that he put you through, do you think that it is appropriate to take a knife and slash somebody's throat?
Objection, relevance. Relevance, then it goes to her opinion. Her opinion is not.
You may approach.
Asked about. One of the things that you were asked about was Mr. Alexander's virginity. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asked about whether or not you had a belief about his virginity and a belief about his virginity afterwards, right?
Yes.
And this issue about his virginity was something that you and he discussed, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to the issue of virginity, that was something that was discussed by somebody else after this particular murder happened, right?
Yes.
Objection as to the name murder.
Pardon? I didn't hear your objection.
Objection as to him referring to it as murder. Is there
I'll say killing.
Rephrase.
And you had some conversations with some people involving his virginity after the killing, right?
Yes.
And with regard to whether he was or he wasn't a virgin, throughout this whole time that you were with him, did he, aside from certain items when he wanted to make out with you, that sort of thing, did he treat you with dignity and respect throughout this whole thing?
Yes.
At any time did he touch you by hitting you inappropriately?
No.
And the person who started this kissing thing was you, right?
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Redirect.
I know that the initial time that you and Travis both started kissing, you're saying that you initiated that. Is that
Yes.
true? Okay, but you and Travis kissed more than once.
Yes.
Many times, right?
Yes.
And according to your email, there were many times that you weren't just you were making out very passionately.
Yes.
And those were the times that you started to feel uncomfortable, right?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you feel uncomfortable during those times?
Early on, because of my inexperience, I was 19.
Okay. You were 19 and he was 29 or 30?
Yes.
And during one of those times you said that he achieved an erection?
Yes.
And is that what made you uncomfortable?
Yes.
And once he had an erection, he didn't stop, did he? Stop kissing you?
No.
When the initial breakup you said was because you found out he was cheating, right?
Yes.
And when you got back together with him, did you believe that he had stopped cheating?
Actually, I got back together with him because I understood that he had not cheated and I had gotten faulty information.
Oh, okay. The faulty information you said came from his roommate?
Yes.
And so Mr. Alexander said that it was faulty information?
Objection leading. I'm sorry, you're saying.
Sustained.
So you believed that the roommate wasn't telling you the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And is that why you got back together with Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
But in reality, did you know that at the same time he was dating you, he was sleeping with Miss Arias?
I did not know that.
Did you know that at the time after you finished dating him?
No.
So you never knew that?
I had my suspicions, but I didn't know
Okay.
the details of their relationship.
Okay. And you did know that he was taking her on trips, right?
Yes.
And those were overnight trips?
Yes.
Objection, the undisclosed.
Overruled.
All right, and during one of the times that you said one time you were asked the question about being over at Travis's house when Jodi came over?
Yes.
You said that, did Jodi come through the front door?
Yes.
And she walked right in. Did she walk right into the house?
Yes.
And once she saw you, is that when she turned and she ran back out?
Yes.
And after she ran out, Travis was with you too, right?
Yes.
And after Miss Arias ran out, did Travis run after her?
Yes.
And Travis was gone for at least a few minutes, wasn't he?
Yes.
And you don't know what happened or what Travis said to Miss Arias, right?
No. I do know she had gotten in her car very quickly, though, and had gotten away.
Okay. But you don't know, Travis was gone for at least a couple of minutes, right? In other words, he didn't
Right.
just run to the door and then come
Right.
back. All right, so he ran outside.
Yes.
Okay. So in other words, he must have felt it important to chase her.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Which roommate was it that gave you supposedly the false information?
John Hepworth.
Okay. And you asked, after you broke up with Travis, did you date anybody else?
Objection, the undisclosed relatives.
This goes to the fact that Travis was calling her.
Overruled.
Were you dating anybody else when Travis was calling you?
Yes.
Okay, and that was after you had broken up with Travis?
Yes.
And is that part of the reason why you didn't want to answer the phone? Answer his calls?
Not really.
Okay. All right, but you did not want to answer his calls, right?
Right.
All right. And you said that you were asked questions about believing that Travis was a virgin?
Yes.
Okay. Despite your belief that he was a virgin, he talked to you a lot about sex. Is that right?
We contemplated marriage, so sex would inevitably come up.
Okay. But during your email, you discussed that it made you uncomfortable at times, right?
Right, very early on. After that, those issues were completely resolved.
Okay. And after the first breakup, when you thought he was cheating, and then you got back together, it was just within 2 months or so that he was talking about marriage?
Objection, Lee.
Sustained.
How many months did it take before he was talking about marriage? After you got back together after the first breakup?
It wasn't very long. I don't know the time frame exactly, but I would say between breakups it was only 2 months, so you may be correct in saying it took 2 months or so to talk about it.
Okay. And when he was talking about marriage, it was serious enough that it concerned you?
Objection, Lee.
Sustained.
Were you concerned about it?
Not for myself. It was more I wasn't ready. He was, so maybe he should explore other options if he was that serious about it at the time. I was happy just dating at the time.
Okay. All right. And this was just a month or two after you had broken up with him for allegedly cheating on you, right?
Right.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right. It appears there is another juror question. I have a number of juror questions here. Counsel, please approach.
temper, though, right? Calling Travis?
Yes.
So he would tell you these things. Ms. Dadoni, you said that you had referred to Miss Arias as a stalker before, is that right?
Yes.
And during the time that you were with Travis, did he say some crazy things about her?
Yes.
So he would tell you these things?
It's also from my own experience.
Okay. She also, or you also, so you were there when these other women would be texting or calling Travis?
Yes.
During the time that you were together, you did have a chance to see Travis's temper, though, right?
I can't recall a specific time.
Do you recall him telling you that he was sorry that he scared you with his temper?
Approach.
Do you remember? What I'm asking is, do you remember Travis ever apologizing to you for scaring you with his temper?
The only time I recall was after.
Just do you remember him saying that?
Yes, one time.
Okay. And you told him that you didn't like to see him like that?
Yes.
All right, that's all, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
Why? You said that he sent you that text. Why did he send you that text?
Judge, may we approach?
You may. The afternoon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 3:25. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Judge, I would like to bring the record before we begin.
We don't have a court reporter yet. We need to wait just a moment.
Okay.
Approach for a second.
When Mr. Alex no better word for it than stunt of Mr. Martinez asking a lay witness who was not present on June 4th, 2008, when Mr. Alexander attacked Ms. Arias, whether or not her justification defense was valid. He showed a picture Exhibit 205, certainly their reaction is understandable. There was an audible reaction from the victim's family. I understand they probably weren't expecting it, and like I said, the reaction is understandable, but we would ask that if any further occasion such as this, as I referred to as a stunt, happens again, that they be moved to the victim room, because we did and were able to see visible reaction on the part of some of the jurors to their reaction. And I would supplement that as the motion for the mistrial that I made at bench as well.
For the reasons stated at the bench, the motion for mistrial is denied. And ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I'm going to ask you once again, please refrain from making any comments or laughing or responding in any way to the testimony or evidence. It could affect the outcome of the trial. Thank you for your cooperation. All right, we're going to bring in the jury. And the witness may take the stand. She's in.
Anger by Travis Alexander involved him throwing a telephone in response to damage caused to his vehicle.
Yes.
I don't have anything else.
Any other questions from the jury for this witness? You may step down. The defense may call their next witness.
The defense calls Desiree Freeman.
Right up here, please.
Can you spell your first and last name for me?
DESIREEFREEMAN.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Just go ahead and
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you tell us your name, please?
Desiree Freeman.
And Ms. Freeman, are you in school right now?
I am.
Where do you go to school?
Brigham Young University.
So you're a college student?
Yes.
And are you a senior?
Yes, I am.
In fact, were you on a mission?
Yes, I just got back about 6 weeks ago.
Where did you go?
England.
And what does a mission mean?
You spend 18 months as a, not really an employee, but as a volunteer, talking to people about the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints and the things that we believe.
Okay. And so that brings me to my next question. Are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes.
Is that a Mormon?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Do you know who Daniel Freeman is?
Yes, he's my brother.
And so right now, I take it, since you're going to BYU, are you living in Utah?
Yes.
At a point in time, did you ever live in Gilbert?
Yes, I lived there from 2001 to 2008.
You know, I'm going to ask you to just speak up a little bit.
Okay.
I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Or you can move that, I think that mic might move a little bit. The flat one.
Okay. It's exciting.
Thanks. All right, so I'm sorry, you said you lived in Gilbert when?
From January of 2001 to January 2008.
All right, and January of 2008, is that when you left for your mission?
No, that's when I moved to Utah to go to Brigham Young University.
When you started at BYU, okay. When you lived in Gilbert, did you belong to a church?
Yes.
And were you raised as a Mormon?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so, did you always go to church as being raised that way?
Yeah.
Did you know someone named Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
And how did you know him?
I knew him through my brother Daniel.
I'm sorry, what?
I knew him through my brother Daniel.
Okay. And did you know Jodi Arias?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Jodi?
Through Travis.
All right. And do you see Jodi here today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is your brother older than you? Is your brother older than you?
Yes, he is.
Okay. All right. And so you met Jodi and Travis through your brother?
Yes.
All right. And did you all go to the same church activities?
Yeah, we did.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it is.
All right. Were there times that you would hang out with Jodi and Travis?
Yeah.
And your brother also?
Yes.
So did you hang out with as the four of you together?
Yeah, we did.
And were there times when you would hang out, you would have Jodi and Travis would be there, but there would be more than just you and your brother present also?
Yes.
And during what time period are we talking? When did this happen?
From the beginning of 2007 until I left in the beginning of 2008.
Okay, so for about a year?
About a year, yeah.
And the times that you would see or hang out, I guess, with your brother and Jodi and Travis, how often did that happen?
Where it was just the four of us happened a few times throughout that year.
Okay. And what about how often did it happen when you would be in a larger group?
That I would say probably about every few weeks or so.
Okay. And when you would hang out in a larger group, was that part of church activities?
Sometimes it was other activities.
Okay. Besides these times that you hung out together, did you also take a trip with where Jodi and Travis were there?
Yes.
Did you go to Havasupai?
Yes, we did.
And where else did you go?
We also went to Sedona and the Grand Canyon.
Okay. When the four of you would hang out together, what kinds of things did you typically do?
Let's see. Mostly I would say it was just travel, like traveling or watching a movie or something.
Traveling or watching a movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
As far as I can recollect.
I know it was several years ago.
Yeah.
All right. Did you have a chance to see or observe Travis and Jodi together when it was just the four of you, either on trips or just hanging out watching movies?
Yes.
And how did Travis treat Jodi when it was just the four of you?
Very well.
And what do you mean by very well? What did he do?
They just seemed happy to be with each other, like very cuddly and very much a couple.
Was he affectionate with her?
Yes.
And was she affectionate with him?
Yes.
Did Travis ever seem to be clingy to Jodi?
Yeah, he was always seemingly very, very happy to be with her whenever they were together.
Okay. And did you ever have a chance to see them? Well, you talked about when you would all hang out, but they would be in a larger group setting.
Yeah.
Is that right? Yes. When they were in a larger group setting, how did Travis treat Jodi?
When they were dating, it was about the same, like spent a lot of time together, but he would also talk to a lot of other people. And then after after they weren't dating anymore, they didn't spend that much time together, and he talked to a lot of other people.
Okay, and after they weren't dating anymore, was that to put a time frame in your mind, was that after the trip to the Grand Canyon in Sedona?
Yes.
Okay. So before the trip to Grand Canyon in Sedona, is that when they were dating?
Yes.
All right. And so when they were dating, you said that he would talk to her and hang out with her in larger group settings?
Yes.
And then after this trip, after they broke up, which is sometime after Grand Canyon Sedona, did he ignore her?
Not that I saw.
Okay. But were they together in these larger group settings? Did they talk very often to each other then?
No, it was more that she was just someone in the background.
That what?
It was more that, like, if Travis was talking to someone, Jodi was just someone in the background, not necessarily.
Like he wasn't really paying attention to
Yeah.
her? Okay. So did you have a chance to see Travis interact then with other people also?
Yes.
Would you characterize him as flirtatious with other girls?
Yeah, I would.
I want to talk to you about a little bit more about the trips.
Okay.
Do you remember when Grand Canyon and Sedona, when that trip was?
I think it was in the summertime, around June or so,
Okay,
after
June.
I graduated.
After you graduated? June of 2007, is that the
Yes.
year? Okay. And who went on that trip?
Jodi, Travis, my brother, and I.
So just the four of you?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
And how did Travis and Jodi get along during that trip?
Very, very well.
Was Travis affectionate with Jodi?
Yes.
And vice versa?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And the other trip was to where?
Havasupai.
All right. And when was that?
That was 13th of September to the 15th of September of 2007.
And why do you remember those dates?
Because the 14th was my birthday.
Okay. So is that how the dates stick out in your memory?
Yes.
All right. And who went to Havasupai?
Just the four of us again. Just Travis, Jodi, my brother, and I.
All right. And was this so this was this trip after the trip to the Grand Canyon?
Yes.
So would this have been after they broke up?
Yes.
And anybody else go, or just the four of you?
Just the four of us.
And during that time when it was just the four of you, how did Travis treat Jodi?
Just like they were when they previously were dating.
Did
there was no change.
So did they act like they were dating?
Yes.
Did they act to you? Did it seem like they were together?
Yes.
In September of 2007, did you know whether or not Travis was dating somebody else?
Yeah, I thought he was. I thought he was dating Lisa.
Lisa? Do you know Lisa's last name?
No.
Okay. So, did you find that odd that Travis brought Jodi?
Jason relevance.
Sustained.
In your religion, is premarital sex allowed?
No.
Okay. And what's that called?
It's called the law of chastity.
Okay. And what about if two single people were to be traveling together? How does that appear?
Not good.
Not good. Okay. Is that normal at all?
No, not really.
And I should preface this by saying I'm speaking specifically in the Mormon faith.
Yes.
Okay. So in the Mormon faith, if there's two single people traveling together, how is that looked upon?
Normally people just see it as kind of odd because we try very hard not to put ourselves in situations where we might be tempted to have premarital sex and things like that. So you would normally not go on that, especially if you're dating. It wouldn't be something that would be viewed well, I suppose.
I'm sorry, did you say viewed well?
Yes.
Okay. And you said especially if you're dating?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Just because the temptation's higher.
Okay. And the thought is to keep away from the temptation?
Yes.
Did Travis claim to be a virgin?
Yes, he did.
Is that something he talked about?
He made jokes about it.
Jokes in what way?
Hearsay.
Did he seem happy to be a virgin?
Yes.
And did he seem proud?
Yes.
Going back a little bit to Havasupai, to the trip to Havasupai, was this an overnight trip?
Yes.
Do you remember? Oh, well, you said from the 13th to the 15th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So that would be 2 nights?
Yes.
And during this trip, did you ever see an argument between Travis and Jodi?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
We were in the car, and we were driving to Havasupai, and somewhere along the way, Jodi wanted to stop and take some pictures, so she got out and took some pictures, and when she came to get back in the car, Travis drove off a little bit and made it so she couldn't get in the car.
Travis was driving a little as a joke, you mean?
Yeah, as a joke. And then he stopped and she got in, and
when Jodi got in, when Jodi got in the car, did she say something like that wasn't funny?
Yes.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you said what?
Yes.
She did say that?
Yes.
Okay. And how did Travis respond to that?
His response was very.
Without telling me what Travis said, how did he respond?
His response was just very stark, I would say. It seemed.
Wait, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. It was very what?
I can't really find the best word. Stark, but
Stark. Okay.
It seemed a little over the top for the encounter.
Okay. Did he raise his voice?
Yeah.
Yes, he did?
Yes, he did.
All right. And he had just been joking with her a few minutes before, or a few seconds before?
Yes.
How did you feel about his response?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you shocked?
I was.
And after his over-the-top reaction, did Jodi respond at all to him?
No.
Objection is characterizing the response. Listen to the
Rephrase.
After the response that shocked you, did Jodi respond in any way?
No, she just stared out the window.
She just stayed. Did she stay quiet?
Yes.
And she stared out the window?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all for now, Judge.
Cross-examination.
With regard to this issue of premarital sex, you indicated it was not allowed by the Mormon Church, right?
Yes.
And premarital sex involves participating in passionate kissing, right?
Yes.
And also involves lying on top of another person, right?
Yes.
It also involves touching the private parts of another person's body, right?
Yes.
It also involves touching the sacred parts of another person's body, right?
Yes.
And this issue about touching is prohibited with or without clothing, correct?
Yes.
And this sexual issue in the Mormon Church teaches that the parties or the two people are not to do anything that arouses sexual feelings, right?
Yes.
And they are not to arouse the emotions of your own body, right?
Yes.
And other things that are prohibited are things such as participating in discussions or any media that arouse sexual feelings, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things that you were telling us was that there were 2 trips that were involved with the defendant, you, your brother, and Mr. Alexander, correct?
Yes.
And one of the trips was the one that was at the Havasupai Falls, right?
Yeah.
And that was in September, during your birthday, right?
Yes.
The other trip involved a trip to the Grand Canyon and Sedona, right?
Yes.
And during that trip, during those 2 trips, you said that they got along very, very, very well. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, they got on very well.
Right? And according to you, there was no conflict between the 2 of them, right?
Aside from the one instance, yes.
Sure, aside from the one that you mentioned, where he jokingly wouldn't allow her to get in the car, something like that, right?
Yes.
That was the only incident that you can remember, right?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened before they went to on that Havasupai trip? Do you remember that?
No.
Do you know that during that time there was an issue?
Objection, Your Honor. She just said she doesn't remember what happened.
Refresh your recollection.
All right, overruled.
Isn't it true, ma'am, that before they went on this trip, there was an issue involving the defendant's backpack, right?
I don't recall it.
Do you remember that you were in the car, correct? Driving up to Havasupai, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
Mr. Alexander was driving, right?
Yes, he was.
The defendant was in the passenger seat, right?
Yes.
And you were in the back with your brother, right?
Yes.
And do you remember that for the first approximately 30 minutes of that trip, there was no talking between Mr. Alexander and the defendant? Do you remember that?
No.
Do you think that they were talking all along in the beginning of that trip?
I just don't remember.
It could be you just don't remember, right?
Yes.
It could be they were in a fight, you just don't remember.
I just don't recall.
And do you remember that when you went down to Havasupai, all of you stayed in hammocks, right?
Yes, we did.
And when you stayed in these hammocks, the defendant stayed in her hammock, you stayed in your hammock, Mr. Alexander stayed in his hammock, and your brother was in his hammock, right?
Yes.
And there was a time where, getting up in the morning, there was a time that there was a trek or a hike that the 4 of you took, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you and your brother went ahead of the defendant and Mr. Alexander because they were arguing over the defendant being too clingy with him?
I do not remember.
You don't remember that you guys took off and they didn't join you for about an hour and a half. Do you remember that?
No.
And that when they joined you, they were upset at each other. You don't remember that?
No.
How about when they went on the trip? You said that, the trip to Sedona. Do you remember that? You told us, there was this issue involving the taking of photographs, right? Well, the defendant wanted Sedona Grand Canyon. It was the same trip, right?
Sedona Grand Canyon trip, yes.
Right. Same trip, right?
Yes.
And the defendant wanted to take some photographs, right?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander stopped the car, right?
Yes.
And actually what happened is that the defendant was upset because he got too close to the edge of the road. Isn't that what was the problem?
I don't remember.
And isn't it true that he did this, got too close to the edge so that she could get out and take a better picture? Do you remember that?
No.
And when she got out, you do remember, though, that she went out and got out to take pictures, right?
Yes.
And when she went out to get pictures, she went to get back in, and he kind of sort of took off, right?
Yes.
And that created a problem, right?
Yes.
And then according to you, when she got in, he made a remark, right?
They both did.
Wow. According to you, he made a remark that shocked you, right?
It was over the top.
Pardon?
It was over the top.
It was over the top. And do you even remember the remark today?
No, I don't.
It was so shocking you can't remember what the remark was, can you?
It's just been a very long time.
the answer is you can't remember, even though you were so shocked and over the top, right?
Yes, I can't
I don't have
remember.
anything else.
Redirect.
Ms. Freeman, you were just asked questions about the Grand Canyon Sedona trip, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think there might be some confusion. So it was the Have a Supai trip, wasn't it, where this over-the-top shocking comment was made to Jodi?
Objection leading.
Rephrase.
When we discussed on direct, when I just was up here a few minutes ago and we talked about the different trips, was it in Have a Supai where the argument occurs about him going forward and then making a bad comment to Miss Arias?
It was a Have a Super trip.
Okay, so and what was the comment itself? Was it how the comment was made that was shocking, or was it the comment itself?
It was how it was made.
And is that why you remember it, how it was made?
Yeah.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes, that's why I remember it.
And during that Havasupai trip, before going, was it Travis who wanted to bring Jodi?
Objection speculation.
I can ask, did you know? Did you know that Travis wanted to bring Jodi?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
As far as I remember, yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Any questions from the jury for this witness? You may step down. The defense may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Daniel Freeman.
I solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please walk around and have a seat right over here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Daniel Freeman.
And Mr. Freeman, where do you live?
I live here in Gilbert.
Okay. And how old are you, sir?
29.
Okay. Have you lived in Gilbert all your life?
No, I've moved many, many times.
Okay. How long have you lived in Gilbert this latest stint?
Initially I moved here in 2001 and moved back in just this last November to help work with a friend here.
Okay. So you lived here from 2001 till when?
Here from 2001 to 2006, and then from 2006 to 2008, I was in Canada for 2 years. And
what?
I was in Canada for 2
Okay.
years as a missionary, and then here again from 2008 until I guess a year and 3 months ago, and then I went to
Okay.
Colorado.
All right. You mentioned you were a missionary in Canada, which brings to my next question. Are you a member of the Mormon Church?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And this missionary you served, this was what year?
October of 06 to November of 08.
Okay. And is that the only mission you've been on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And could I get you to answer yes or no instead
yes.
of
Yes.
for the court reporter? Thank you, sir. Now, you mentioned your mission work. What was there a particular duty or role you had in that work?
As a missionary, we did a lot of proselyting and sharing our beliefs with people, inviting them if they wished to learn more. I particularly did a lot of work with either less active members or friends of members for the most part.
So describe for us then what you would do when you're speaking to informing people of the church. Proselytizing, is that the word you used? Describe what that meant.
We would, whether it was contacting or friends who were interested to learn what our beliefs were, we would meet with them and share our beliefs and our history and where they came from. And as we shared them, invite them to learn for themselves, to pray, to kneel down on their knees and get their own answers spiritually. And mostly it was educational, and we would teach people how to connect with their higher power if they wished, and help them define what they were looking for, and really just to, for me, being a missionary was all about encouraging people to live the things they knew to be true, even if it didn't connect them to our faith in the end and they became a member of our church. For me, it was important that they just live what they knew to be true, and if they found ours to be true, to conform to that.
Okay. And I imagine this isn't something you can broach in first time you meet someone or in 10 minutes. I imagine it's a process, right?
Yes, it's a process. But as a missionary, we broached the topic fairly quickly that that's what we were there for, because that was our purpose.
Okay. But tell me about the process, if you will. Like I say, you're not going to someone and say, come to our church and baptizing them and, get them back home that afternoon, right? I mean, tell us about that.
Usually there would be a process of events that they would have gone through before we'd even met them that had made them open or interested or willing to learn or wanting to learn. And in my case, a lot of times it was members who would bring their friends to activities that we had and would introduce us, and we'd talk to them and get to know them. And in that conversation, they said that they would like to know more about our beliefs, and we'd set up an appointment to go by and discuss with them and talk with them. And so initially we'd talk about the Book of Mormon, for which we're also called Mormons, and we talk about Joseph Smith and the history of revelation and scripture throughout the world. And then we would invite them to read some of the Book of Mormon, and we'd set up a time to come back, and then we'd talk to them about the three big questions kind of in life that everyone has is, who are we, where did we come from, why are we here, and where are we going? And so we'd answer those questions with them and invite them again to read more and to pray. And then we would talk to them specifically about the church itself and how it was organized and founded and what its purpose is and why it was here on the earth. And we would invite them again to pray and to start to come to church. And as people showed through willingness in their actions that they were willing to progress or willing to learn more through actions of what they did, we would just continue to invite them to pray and ask them if they'd received an answer or spiritual promptings that they felt. And as they had, we would continue to invite them more further, ultimately ending in baptism and becoming a member of the church.
Okay. So it sounds like it's some time. It takes some time. There's a lot of visits. There's a lot of, I don't know if I'm using the right word, but there's a lot of spiritual investment or introspection involved in that, right?
Yes, there is. You become very good friends with the people that you work with and teach.
Okay. And it's not necessarily a process even for you as a missionary to just put someone on get them into church and baptize them without them reaching that point, right? That's not your goal.
No, the goal is not to bring people into the church so that they disappear or fall away. It's to help people find within themselves the desire and the drive, if that's what they feel that they should do, and to do it.
Okay. So as a missionary, you're not seeking to baptize someone or seeking to have them baptized until you're satisfied, if you will, that they've put in the effort, they put in the introspection, they put in the work, right?
No, we're seeking to baptize people who want to be a part of the church and serve within the community.
Okay. Now, sir, did you know a man by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you come to know Travis Alexander?
I came to know Travis through prepaid legal. I started working with prepaid legal here with some of my friends and Danny Jones and a number of others. And after we'd been working for probably several months, I don't remember, but it was the first big event that we'd gone to that was regional in nature. And at the regional event, I met Travis Alexander, Chris Hughes, and a number of other of the leaders in prepaid legal.
Okay. You say leaders, was he directly connected to you in terms of the hierarchy or the teams, Mr. Alexander?
He was connected to me, there was no compensation connecting us at all, no compensation benefit connecting us, but he was the Hughes brothers had several teams, and together they all kind of branched out. He was in, I believe, one of the other Hughes brothers teams.
Okay. And so you weren't directly underneath him, so to speak?
No.
Okay. And do you remember when, month or year, this meeting took place with Mr. Alexander?
And I don't remember the exact date, because I don't remember exactly when I started prepaid legal.
Okay.
But I know I knew him well before I left on my mission in 2006. And so I want to say it was in 2003 or 2004. Because at the time I was working at an auto dealership there.
Okay. So he wasn't, just to clarify, he wasn't just a business associate of yours?
No.
He was a friend?
Yeah. Initially we met at the business events, and initially him and I we didn't get along very well initially, honestly.
Okay.
Because at first I found him kind of cocky, honestly.
Okay.
But with time, as I came to know him, him and I came to be very good friends.
Okay. And that friendship was at least 2 years in duration, based on what you've told us, right? 2 or 3 years, perhaps?
Up to 2006, and then after coming back in 2008, we were friends again.
Okay. During your relationship with Mr. Alexander, did he ever introduce you to Jodi Arias?
Yes, he did.
Tell us how that occurred.
Travis and he was going to, and I believe at this time I was roommates with him, but so we were, Travis was going to a Super Saturday, an event that was going on in California with Chris Hughes, and he was driving out to that, and I didn't have anything going on that weekend. He asked if I wanted to go, and so I believe it was Friday night, fairly late, we started driving over, and I met Jodi over there that night, late that evening on the way there. He said, "Hey, I want to stop by and introduce you to somebody. We're just going to stop by and say hi on our way to town."
Okay. And you say, do you think it was, you said late in the evening, are we talking early morning or are we talking late in the evening?
Early morning. It was after midnight when we arrived there.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge whether Jodi Arias was expecting your arrival?
I don't think so.
Okay. And what do you base that on?
I remember Travis on the way over, just what he said was he was going.
Let me ask you this. Based on your travels with Travis to Miss Arias' home, you didn't get the indication that she was expecting him or you?
When she opened the door, she was quite surprised.
Okay. When she opened the door, were both you and Travis standing there, or how did that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us what happened just once she opened the door.
Once she opened the door, she was surprised and came out and gave Travis a hug. Travis introduced me. We went inside. She had been watching the movie The Secret. It was on the TV.
Okay.
And they were joking around, and I think I'd been sleeping in the car before we got there. I sat down on the couch, and they continued to talk, and I talked a little bit. And then they went off into the back and were still talking and laughing. And I watched The Secret for a while, fell asleep watching that, and when they came back in, I was waking up and chatted with them more.
Okay. So would that be, sounds to me like you were at the home several hours, Miss Arias' home?
I don't remember the exact duration, but I'd say maybe an hour, because the movie was finishing when I woke up.
All right. After you met Jodi, did you strike up a friendship with her as well?
Initially, we were on friendly terms at the events that we would go to, whether it was prepaid legal events, but the only time I would see her was when I was hanging out with Travis and she was there. But we became good friends in that regard.
Okay. Did you also become good friends with Miss Arias independent of Mr. Alexander? Did you spend time with her on your own as well?
The only time that I believe we spent not with Travis was the times when we were all at events together and Travis would be doing things with the leadership. And then Jodi and I and others, my sister included, would hang out and do things at the events and spend time together. But I don't remember specifically being alone, just the two of us during that time.
I want to clarify something. You brought up something. How long were you Travis's roommate?
3 or 4 months.
Okay. And you were a roommate at the period of time when Mr. Alexander introduced you to Miss Arias, right?
I believe so.
Okay. And you were a member of prepaid legal at the time of this meeting as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you still involved in prepaid legal?
No, I have an active membership, but I'm not actively involved.
Okay. And actively involved, I take it by that you mean, going to meetings, that sort of thing, selling the product, right?
Yes, no, I am not.
And when did that venture cease for you?
When I went on my mission in 2006, it was put on pause for 2 years. I came back, and from 2008 until 2009, I believe it was in 2009 that I ceased that venture in January, I believe.
Okay. Did you ever have the occasion to travel with Jodi and Travis?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall how many trips you took with them?
The trips I can specifically think of with just the two of them that weren't prepaid legal were when we went to Havasupai and we went to Sedona and the Grand Canyon.
Okay. As it relates, let me just first of all focus our questioning on the Havasupai trip, okay? Is that a yes? Can we
yes.
ask
Yeah,
you
we can focus
okay.
on that.
I saw you nod, so. Do you recall when that trip took place?
Forgive me, I'm trying to think of timeline. I've moved close to 50 times now, so I have to sort through.
Fair enough. Take your time, and I'm not asking for an exact date. Maybe if you could give us a month and year.
It was towards the end of a summer, and I believe it was 2007.
Okay. The end of summer 2007. And this trip to Havasupai, we mentioned Jodi and Travis going on this trip with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, that is.
And was anyone else on that trip?
And my sister Desiree as well.
Okay. Was it your impression that Jodi and Travis were together as a couple during that trip?
Yes, it was.
And on what do you base that impression?
How they interacted together. My impression, I would say, is that they were to everyone else it seemed like they were together and yet not together. And to me, when I was around them, with just the two of them, they were fairly comfortable together and acted more like a couple. And I know with Travis, around others, he didn't know. He was still figuring out, I guess, where he was. And so around others, when Jodi wasn't there, even when I was there, he was different in his demeanor. He didn't mention Jodi. But when they were together, to me, they were dating, but there were some issues that they were still working out. And so I didn't ask a lot of questions about it.
Okay. You said a lot there. Are you telling us that he acted differently privately with Jodi than he did, shall we say, publicly with Jodi?
Yes.
Okay. And could you really kind of just describe for us what you mean by that.
At that time, at least when we were going on the trip, throughout the week and hanging out with different groups of friends that Travis had who would come over.
Okay.
Oftentimes Jodi would not come to those events, but then they would hang out later on in the week.
Okay.
And so there were different groups of friends that would hang out and kind of exclusive of one another.
Okay. So your impression was he kept Jodi into a different compartment. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, I guess you could say that.
Different peer group.
Yes.
That'd be a better word. Okay. Now you said in this late summer of 2007 when you went to Havasupai, your impression was that they were a couple. They were acting like a couple, right?
Yes, they were acting like a couple, but there were definitely some undercurrents there between them, but they were acting like a couple.
Okay. Well, let's break that down a bit. What do you mean by, what makes you say they were definitely acting like a couple?
They would flirt and tease and hold hands and little touches as they talked and things like that. They were just very intimate in the way they conversed with each other. They knew each other very well and were obviously comfortable and friendly in one another's company.
Do you mean that physically?
They were comfortable but not overly expressive.
Okay.
As in touching, kissing, things like that in public, in front of other people.
And you said in public in front of other people, but when you were on this trip, when it was just the four of you, were they physically expressive?
Yes. They would hold hands and touch, and in the waterfalls and things when we would swim, they were in some of the pools where we would sit. Jodi would sit on Travis's lap, or they'd have their arms around each other for a photo, for a shot, things like that.
Okay. And that was different than the way they acted in public?
If they were at an event for the most part, or at a friend's gathering, they weren't as... They were friends, it looked like more to me. Okay.
You also mentioned there were some undercurrents going on during this trip. What do you mean by that?
When we started the trip, I think of two things. I'll back up first. One is in conversations that I had with Travis, what he had said was that while he loved Jodi, he didn't know if he wanted to marry her. And so as far as dating, he said he wanted to date other people, and yet every time they hung out, he said that they would continue to hang out and would continue to fall back into dating again.
Okay.
And so I knew that was in Travis's mind. And then as we get ready to go on the trip, we had packed backpacks in everybody's bags. And Jodi had brought hers downstairs and set it on the table, and then had gone back up to finish getting ready. And I was just picking it up to move it off the table. And it was quite heavy. And with the hike in being long, I didn't know if she would survive that hike with that pack. So I opened it up to see what was in there and found, things girls take with them, lotions, pills, makeup, things of that nature. So I proceeded, as I usually do for hiking, I helped to lighten her pack.
Okay.
And then she came down and saw what we had taken out, or what I had taken out in particular, and had made a comment about it, and she was not happy with it, and had expressed her concern that those things were no longer in her pack. And I don't remember what Travis said, but he made a comment back, and that... Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. Based on your assessment of Mr. Alexander's demeanor, was he upset with Miss Arias over this backpack? Without telling me anything he said, was he angry? Was he talking loud?
He did start to talk loud. It wasn't about the backpack, though. It was about the exchange between them that went on. And then she went upstairs and had started crying, and he had started raising his voice and yelling a little bit. So they were arguing back and forth upstairs. And my sister and I sat downstairs on the couch for a while, looking at each other, and I was wondering, what did I do? And after 3, 4, 5 minutes, I went upstairs and started to talk with them and say, hey, let's calm down. and de-escalate the argument.
Okay. And based on the fact that you made it there, I'm guessing eventually you got in the car and began to drive up there, right?
We got in the car, and Travis and Jodi still weren't talking to each other.
Okay.
And we had suggested, well, like, everybody's a little tense, let's get in the car and start to drive, and everyone will calm down as we go. And within half an hour, everyone was happy and joking and talking again.
Okay. Before we move on to the Sedona trip, I want to ask you, at this time period, this late summer 2007, were you under the impression that Travis was dating someone else, not Jodi?
I do not recall at the time of those trips if he was actively dating anyone else or if he was just hanging out with groups of friends at the house.
Okay. Do you remember him having a relationship with a young lady named, at that time, Lisa Andrews?
I do remember Lisa, and her as well as an entourage of many of her friends were over there. Although I do remember we went out to eat dinner, Travis and I and Lisa and another one of her friends. We went out to eat, and I believe that was before we went on the trip.
Okay. And was that sort of a double date?
It was kind of a spontaneous occurrence that happened,
Okay.
and while there, it wasn't official. But so while there, that was my impression was, well, we ended up on a double date, basically.
Okay. And while on this double date with Lisa Andrews and this, you yourself and this other young lady, was this at a restaurant, this public place?
Mm-hmm. I believe we were at a Denny's.
Okay. And you mentioned that you kind of got the impression that Travis was or you were on a double date. Was Travis acting as if he was, or were he and Lisa acting as if they were a couple?
Not as a couple, but they were flirting and talking, and Travis was making jokes, and he was making jokes and being who he was, usually around women that he was interested in. Just
okay.
talking.
So you, based on his behavior, you got the impression that he was interested in, at the very least, interested in Lisa Andrews at that point in time, right?
Yes, that he enjoyed hanging out with her and spending time with her. I can't say that anything he did was specifically expressed to me that he clearly that he was clearly saying it, but to me it was present there in the background.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach?
This is from preliminary instructions, but I want to emphasize to you at this point that in evaluating the evidence, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice. Now, in response to the incident that occurred yesterday during the noon hour involving the one juror, the court has arranged to have an escort for all jurors downstairs each day at the noon hour and after court. So there will be someone here from court security to take all of you downstairs at lunch, and they will also take you downstairs to the bus at the end of the court day. I'm going to suggest that if any of you have concerns about being approached, that you remove your juror badge when you're coming into the court building. Put it on as soon as you get inside the court building. The media has been They have been approached, and they are aware that they should not be trying to contact any jurors. All right, are there any questions? Please remember the admonition. Have a nice evening. We will see you tomorrow at 10:30. You can step down, sir. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30. Please be seated. Counsel, is there anything else we need to address? No. All right, we're adjourned. Mr. Friedman, please have a seat.
Jodi and Travis. Mr. Freeman, good morning again.
Good morning.
Yesterday when we ended our discussion, we were about ready to talk about the trip you made to Sedona and the Grand Canyon with Jodi and Travis. But before we do that, it's my understanding that you felt yesterday that you had given some dates that weren't quite accurate. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Let me go back through some of these time frames with you. So now that you've thought about it a little bit, when do you recall meeting Travis?
I met Travis 2 years prior to my mission, my mission was 04 to 06.
Okay. So the mission we talked about, you going to Canada, proselytizing, that sort of thing, that happened what years?
2004 to 2006.
Okay. And then, so prior to, you had known Travis for before the mission, I think yesterday you might have told us after, but that was before your mission, a couple years before, right?
Yes, I knew him both before and after. I met him through prepaid legal initially, and then once he moved to Arizona, we became better friends because all of my friends within prepaid legal lived with him, and we started to hang out more. So by the time I left, he came to my farewell and hung out with me the week, quite a bit of it before I left.
And you said left for your mission,
For
right?
my mission, yes.
Okay. And then we spoke a little bit yesterday about when you came back from your mission. Did you live with him, just to clarify, before you left on your mission or when you returned?
I lived with him when I returned, the early part of 2007.
Okay.
I do believe I was there 3 to 4 months before moving back home.
Okay. Now, as it relates to your mission work, we spoke about the proselytizing and the process someone goes through. And I neglected to ask in that regard if you have been either as a missionary or you're a lifelong member of the Mormon Church, is that
Yes,
correct?
I am.
Okay. Have you been involved in a baptism at the church?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And this baptism, from what you told us yesterday, is my understanding that occurs after, if someone is a new member of the church, so to speak. That happens after the long process that you spoke about yesterday. Baptism's the final step in that, right?
Yes, at the end of, they give up, a lot of times they give up many habits, whether it's drinking or smoking, or there's changes that have gone into their life, and they've shown those changes by how they've chosen to live their life up to that point. And they have an interview with either a member of the bishopric or someone in the mission who says that they're worthy to be baptized, and then they're taken in and baptized.
Okay, so it's a matter of, like you said, giving up things. You have to prove, in some ways, prove it to the church that you're worthy. Is that fair to say?
Yes, you must justify by the way you walk and act in the world that you have changed.
Okay. And that's for anyone who's baptized, correct?
Anyone who's baptized.
Okay. And the ceremony itself, could you describe that for us?
Yes, usually they'll have a ceremony that goes with it, and there will be some talks, and either the missionaries or friends who have become friends with the person who will be baptized, they will usually have a short speech about baptism and what it symbolizes, what it means, and then they will have the actual ceremony, and then they will have another speech afterwards to talk about receiving the Holy Ghost and what it means to receive the Holy Ghost that they will receive the following Sunday. But the actual ceremony itself, they walk down into the water, and the person being baptized takes that person by their arm, and they hold them in the water, and it's above the waist, usually mid-stomach depth. And
okay.
The person baptizing them raises their right arm to the square, pronounces a prayer, and immerses them in the water, and rises them up again, symbolic of being buried in death and risen again with Christ in birth.
Okay. In terms of, and I don't know if I'm using the right verbiage here, but how would one be deemed qualified to baptize a person?
To be qualified to baptize a person, or to be able to baptize a person first, you have to be a member of the priesthood and hold the proper priesthood to be an elder in the church. You have to hold the proper priesthood to be able to baptize. And once you hold the proper priesthood, if you are a worthy holder, judged by the way that you live your life, then you are able to baptize.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit then. What is you mentioned a couple terms, priesthood holder and elder. Are they the same thing, or could you kind of maybe define both terms for us?
Okay. Within the church, there's two priesthoods. The lesser, called the Aaronic priesthood, and the greater, called the Melchizedek priesthood. And within the lesser, there are deacons, teachers, and priests. And then within the greater priesthood, there are elders and high priests. And so usually the Aaronic priesthood, unless you join the church later in life, is a youth priesthood from 12 to 18. And upon turning 18, if you're worthy, you're ordained an elder. And as an elder, you have the ability to baptize and to give the Holy Ghost as well.
Okay. Okay. To your knowledge, what position, if any, or I don't know, label, status, whatever word you want to put on it, what position would be attributed to Mr. Alexander?
Travis was an elder in the church.
Okay. And being an elder in the church, somebody would have to come with the idea that they were living in accordance with Mormon principles, correct?
Yes.
And including the vow of chastity, correct?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when Miss Arias was baptized?
I was not. She was baptized before I met her. Travis talked about it when we went over to visit her the first time I met her. He'd mentioned that he'd given her Book of Mormon and introduced her to the church.
Okay. At that point in time, did you have any reason to believe Mr. Alexander was not living up to the principles of your church?
No.
In terms of before we go into the trip again, as much as you can speak to your knowledge, was Mr. Alexander's peer group largely made up of members of your church?
Yes, it was.
As it relates to this trip to the Grand Canyon, Sedona, there was one trip to both destinations, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. We heard yesterday about, during the Havasupai trip, which was the same summer, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That they were acting as a couple, and there was also an undercurrent of couplehood, but a little tension, I think, is what you described for us yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to their Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias acting as a couple, was that going on during the Grand Canyon Sedona trip?
During the Grand Canyon Sedona trip, I don't remember any tensions between them that I can recall.
I'm sorry, what was
I
that?
don't remember any tensions between them that I recall on that trip.
Do you recall behavior consistent with them being a couple?
For the most part, yes. The only thing I do recall was when we were to the contrary, was when we stopped in Sedona to eat that evening on our way back to Phoenix. We went to a small restaurant there that Travis had heard about that was good. And while there, he made a joking comment to the waitress about him and Jodi not dating, and in kind of a flirtatious manner.
Okay.
And I didn't know how to take it. I just smiled and moved on. It wasn't any of my business. But.
Okay. And in a flirtatious manner towards the waitress, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was Jodi sitting at the table at the time?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall of her reaction? Not anything she said, but was she upset in any way that you could observe?
I couldn't tell that she was upset, but she seemed to feel uncomfortable or unsure how to take the comment.
Okay. Now this, I know they both occurred in the summer of 2007. This trip to the Grand Canyon, was it weeks later? Was it months later than the trip to Havasupai?
I don't recall exactly the difference. I know that it was still cool outside when we went to the Grand Canyon in Sedona because we were in jackets in Sedona. We went and saw they had a Buddhist shrine there that we went and saw, and we were all bundled up because it was cold.
Okay.
And I know that we went to Havasupai, I believe, in September. So.
Okay. Do you remember the sleeping arrangements during this trip to the Grand Canyon?
From that trip, from what I recall, and I was trying to think about this actually last night as well, as I was home running through things, but I believe that trip we just did a day trip because I don't remember. I think we drove up really early to the Grand Canyon, hiked around, and then stopped in Sedona on our way back down.
Okay.
That's my recollection of that trip.
So I guess there would have been no need for.
Yeah, there was no need for.
All right. As it relates to this particular trip, were you of the understanding that Travis was also dating Lisa Andrews?
No.
Okay. And on this trip, you say you noticed no tension between the two of them?
No, aside from the comment at dinner, no.
Okay. Was there a point in time where you became aware of Travis and Jodi no longer dating?
Yes. Once we had, and this was after I'd moved back out, and Travis had he'd made a lot more friends in the ward that was there. And he'd started to have UFC fight nights at his house, and everyone would come over and watch the fights. And I recall many times, that I would go over to the fights. And Jodi was still in town, still lived in Arizona, but she wasn't there because in that group of friends, them and Jodi, that was kind of the two different groups of friends. Was Lisa and the group from the church that was there.
Okay.
And so I remember fight nights that I would go to, but Jodi wouldn't be there. And that was in part because those two groups didn't mix.
Okay. To your knowledge, then, at the same time, you talked about those two groups not mixing. Were you aware of Mr. Alexander still spending time with Jodi away from that group?
Yes, I was. At that time, it was during that time, and that was after both of those trips. So it was later in that fall and that winter. I hung out and spent time with Travis and with Jodi separately for the most part. I heard about them spending time together, but usually there was no one else. At least I wasn't there when they spent time together. And I would hang out with them separately. And so I knew that there was tension there because they would both talk to me about one another and what was going on to some extent. But they were, I hang out with them separate, but they weren't officially split up. When they officially split up, and I don't know how that conversation went.
Okay.
I just know that in talking to Travis, he had said that he was going to talk to Jodi, or they were going to have an official conversation. And then sometime after that, Jodi had moved back to California.
Okay. These times when Jodi and Mr. Alexander were spending time together, it sounds to me like from what you described, that was maybe just the two of them as opposed to in public settings. Is that accurate to your impression? Okay. And that was probably, to your impression anyway, was that something that a lot of people knew about, or just perhaps you and a select few?
I don't think a lot of people knew. I think there was more of a select few. Others may have known, but I know that Travis didn't talk about it a lot.
Okay. Did you know of Jodi and Travis traveling together, taking other trips together?
Yes, they went. There's two trips. I'm trying to think. One, I know they went on that one I think was a day trip. They went down to the balloon festival. And they had a lot of pictures that they took at that. It looked like they quite enjoyed it. And then they went on and I think it was around a convention that we went to, but they did a church history tour.
Okay.
And took 3 or 4 or 5 days and went and saw church history sites that I recall them talking about.
Okay. So a church history site tour, so to speak.
It was a road trip around the U.S. to the convention or to whatever was at the end of it and then back.
Okay. Since you brought up the church history trip, and we've talked a little bit about baptism and your work as a missionary, in your interaction with Jodi, did you ever have any concerns that her conversion to the Mormon faith was disingenuous or motivated solely by Travis?
Approach.
Was that in Gilbert then, based on what you were telling us yesterday?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who lived back at home with you at that point in time?
My parents, my brother, and one of my sisters was there.
Okay. Did Jodi also have a relationship with those other members of your family?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Close relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
She came by for, once she had moved to Arizona, she came by several times for dinner, for different things with the family, and she would help. We had my foster sister arrived there in the meantime while Jodi was there. We adopted a foster sister who was close to 18, and she had a photography class, and Jodi would help her with her photography homework. And when my sister Desiree and I would hang out and do other things, Jodi would come, and a lot of times it would just be the three of us, or work on vision boards, or do many different things that we would do.
Okay. We heard your sister's also a member of the Mormon
Yes.
Church, correct?
Yes, she is.
Are your parents also so inclined?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there in the times of these interactions, or even the interactions you had with yourself, did you discuss the Mormon faith or church or spiritual issues with Jodi?
Yes.
Okay. Several of those discussions?
A lot of the things we talked about had to do with spirituality or things that we were learning in general. The church specifically, I can think of several instances that we addressed her conversion, or we talked about how she joined the church, or things that were going on in her singles ward where she was at. But I mean, it wasn't a daily topic of discussion,
Right.
but we did discuss it.
But you did talk to her about her conversion, her spirituality, how that worked for her, I guess.
Yeah.
Based on those conversations, do you have any reason, in your experience, do you have any reason to believe that her conversion was less than genuine?
Objection, lack of foundation, wasn't there when she converted. Hearsay.
Overall, you may answer.
No, I do not have any reason to believe it was disingenuous.
Okay. It sounds like in this point in time, between breaking up with Travis and her moving back to California, that you and Jodi became closer. Is that correct?
Yes, between when they were separated but unsure of what they were doing.
Okay.
When Travis would hang out with kind of the other group of friends who I got along with more or less, we would invite, Desiree and I would invite Jodi over and hang out. And so we had a number of things that we did, but we became closer.
Okay. And she was close to your whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask, in case the issue is raised, did you ever have a romantic interest in Miss Arias?
No, I did not.
Okay. How do you view her?
She became a sister
Okay.
in our family.
After Jodi moved to California, did you remain in contact with her?
We would talk on occasion if she came into town. And sometimes I'd find out she was in town after she arrived in town, but
Okay.
she would call and we would meet up or say hi, or she'd swing by the house and see the family for the most part. And then sometimes go hang out with Travis or stop by and see him. But she'd just come by the house and hang out.
Okay. Did you make contact with her after you found out that Mr. Alexander had passed?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when that contact occurred?
Brent Hyatt, a friend, he was at Travis's house, and he had gone over there, and he had called me to tell me that they'd found Travis, and that somebody should probably call and tell Jodi. And since I knew her probably the best out of that group of friends from prepaid, he thought I should be the one to call and tell her.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And I understand it was over the phone, but can you give us an assessment of her demeanor that you could discern over the phone when you advised her this information?
When I called, didn't know what to say, I guess you would say. I had no words really, and it took a minute. And I told her that Travis had been found dead, and the other end was silent for a moment, and I didn't know what to take of that, and just waited. And she after a moment, became emotional and started to cry on the phone. And I talked to her for a minute, but there wasn't anything I could think of to do to comfort someone over the phone. So, after probably 2 minutes, I let her go so she could be with herself.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Cross-examination.
So with regard to this issue of spirituality and conversion and the baptism, you were asked questions about that, right?
Yes.
You weren't present at the time that she was baptized, right?
No, I was not.
So you don't know her motivations at the time that she was baptized, do you?
No, I do not.
And one of the things that you indicated to us was that when a person goes in through this process, they give up certain things, right?
Many times, yes.
Well, one of the things they give up is sex, premarital sex, right?
Yes.
So, did you know that the defendant was having oral sex with Mr. Alexander at the time that of her baptism?
I did not know that.
So, if somebody was having oral sex at the time of their baptism, you would agree that that wouldn't be a sincere, if you will, baptism under your definition, right?
I would agree that they would not be ready to be baptized.
And also, you said that you called her when Mr. Alexander was found, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on the night that he was found, right?
Yes.
You were called by this individual by the name of Hyatt, right?
Yes, I was.
And you ended up calling the defendant about 11 o'clock at night, didn't you?
That sounds correct.
And when you called her at 11 o'clock at night, it was via telephone, right?
Yes.
And when you called her on the telephone, you told her that Travis was gone, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And you said there was a moment of silence, right?
Yes.
And then that she began to, what, cry?
I don't know if you would call it babble, but to mumble, oh my goodness, and yes, to cry there, yeah.
And if you guys were pretty close though, right, back then?
Yes, she sounded disbelieving.
Right, but you were close is my point, right?
We were friends, yes.
And she would confide in you things back then, right?
Many things yes, some things no.
Well, she would confide at least some things to you, right?
Yes.
And did she confide to you at that time that she killed Travis?
No.
So if she didn't tell you that she killed him, that's a lie, isn't it?
Objection is argumented.
Rephrase.
Did she tell you that she killed Travis?
No, she did not.
Did you cut her off at any time during that conversation such that you didn't let her tell you that? Is that how rude? You weren't rude in any way, were you?
No.
You did give her
I didn't speak very much at all.
You gave her that opportunity, right?
Yes.
You also talked to defense counsel about a situation involving Mr. Alexander and his relationship with the defendant. Do you remember that? Specifically about Mr. Alexander having the talk with her, right?
Yes.
And you told us that it was Mr. Alexander who told you that he was going to have the talk with her about breaking up, right?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
You told us that, right?
Yes, I had a conversation with Travis in which he said he was going to have a conversation with Jodi.
Right. And he was going to break up with her, right?
That he was going to officially separate, because they were more or less broken up in that they weren't dating, but they would still hang out on the weekend or whenever one of them was in town or the other.
And he was going to end even that part of the relationship, right?
Yes.
And it was after he told you that then she moved to California, right?
Yes.
The trip to Havasupai, it didn't start very well, did it?
No.
And in fact, you went over to Travis's house, right?
Yes.
And when you went over, you looked at a backpack that belonged to the defendant, right?
The backpack belonged to me, but it was full of her things.
And there were some things in it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you picked up that backpack, right?
Yes.
And when you picked up that backpack, you realized it was way too heavy, right?
Yes.
And so you went through the backpack and started taking things out, right?
Yes.
It wasn't Mr. Alexander that did that.
No.
And Mr. Alexander was standing there, though, right?
Yes.
And so was your sister, right?
I think so.
And as you're going through this, the purpose of taking all this stuff was that you were going to hike 13 miles, right?
Yes, it was to lighten the load.
Right. And if you're going to hike 13 miles, you really don't want to take a lot of weight, do you?
No.
And it wasn't that you were being mean or anything like that, right?
No.
It wasn't that you weren't doing it other than for a good reason, right?
Yes.
And the reason was so that everybody, or at least the person who had to carry that backpack, would have a better time, right?
Yes, and so Travis and I didn't have to split it up and carry it later too.
Right.
But yes.
And so when you took that stuff off, at some point the defendant came down from upstairs, right?
Yes.
And she saw that all of those items were out there, right?
Yes, they were sitting on the table.
She became upset, didn't she?
Yes.
She got upset at you, didn't she?
She was upset in general and
All
more
right.
frustrated. It didn't seem that she was upset at any one of us in particular.
So she wasn't upset at you, she wasn't upset at Travis, she was just upset.
Yes.
And she was upset because this stuff had been taken out, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you know of any reason other than the backpack, as you sit here, why the defendant would be upset as you characterize it?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
Do I know of any? No.
And the items that you took out, they were makeup sort of items, weren't they?
Yes.
What else did you take out?
Makeup, lotion, hand sanitizer, hair things, things of that nature. They were probably 10, 15 pounds worth of different things.
And as she was standing there upset, generally, what happened after that, it escalated to the point where she went upstairs, right?
Yes. I don't remember what Travis said, but he made a comment partially and it was a sarcastic comment that he made. And after he made that comment, she said something back, and then she became emotional and went upstairs, and Travis went up after her.
But she did say something back, didn't she?
Yes, and they went back and forth for a minute.
To demonstrate that she was upset, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't like she just sat there and took it. She responded back, didn't she?
Yes.
And then she went upstairs, right?
Yes.
And then he went after her to try to take care of whatever was going on, didn't he?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
He went after her, right?
He did go upstairs after her.
And they were up there for some time, right?
It was probably 20 minutes before I went up, and I could hear them talking, but not what they were saying.
So they were up there for some time, right?
Yes.
And then you went up there, right?
Yes.
And when you were up there, neither of them was happy, right?
No.
And this all started because you had gone into that backpack, right?
Yes.
Travis hadn't gone into that backpack, right?
No.
Came back down pursuant to whatever it was that you said, right?
Yes.
And then into the car you went up to the Havasupai, right?
Yes.
And Travis was driving, right?
Yes.
The defendant was sitting right next to him, right?
Yes, she was.
And they were pretty quiet, weren't they?
Yes, they were silent.
He wasn't saying anything mean to her, was he?
No.
She wasn't saying anything mean to him, right?
No.
And at some point, whatever was in the air drifted off, right?
Yes, it did.
There was a time when there was some picture taking. Was this done at the Grand Canyon?
We took pictures of Grand Canyon, Sedona, and at Havasupai as well.
And was this picture taking that was done, did there come a time when Travis was asked by the defendant to stop so that the defendant could take pictures?
While we were driving?
While you were driving.
That sounds familiar. If it was, I want to say from what I can remember, that if that did occur, it happened on our way to the Grand Canyon itself, just before we arrived there. Because I remember...
So you remember it on the drive up to the Grand Canyon, right?
I remember there was a point somewhere that they did have a squawk, something to do with taking photos.
Right.
But I don't remember the specifics.
And you don't remember any particularly biting comments that Mr. Alexander may have made, right?
No.
And you don't remember any particularly biting comments that the defendant may have made, right?
No.
And when you got to Havasupai, to get back to that trip, that was what, 3 nights? Is that what it was?
3 nights, well, I think it was 4 nights, because I believe we had 3 nights in the canyon, or 3 full, we had 2 or 3 full days in the canyon, if I recall, maybe 2.
All right, and everyone had their hammock, right?
Yes, we all had a hammock and a sleeping bag.
At one point during the days, you did notice that there was some tension again between the defendant and Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes, it was the first day when we went to go swimming in the first waterfall. I was walking by Travis initially, and we walked over towards the falls, and my sister and Jodi were talking behind us. And we started to walk, and we were talking, and at some point it switched, and Travis and Jodi were talking. My sister and I walked ahead.
Right, and you could tell that they were having some sort of argument or problem, right?
Yeah, we were far enough ahead we couldn't hear what they were saying, but I looked back, and clearly they were having a disagreement about something.
And you and your sister took off, right?
I just kind of waved and said, we'll be over there, and we went over and swam.
And after about an hour and a half, they joined you, right?
It was a substantial amount of time. We were done swimming by any stretch of the imagination by then.
All right. And when Mr. Alexander would Mr. Alexander actually put the trip to have a soup bite together.
Yes, he did.
And when he would put these trips together, it's true that in this particular case, you really didn't have anybody to go with, and so that's why you invited your sister, right?
It was the same on both trips for Sedona and Grand Canyon. As I thought about people I wanted to invite, there wasn't anyone that I was dating at the time that I wanted to take, and my sister was safe for everyone, and that everyone in the whole group could be themselves. So yes.
Right. And after part of what was going on with regard to the defendant and Mr. Alexander is that part of the reason that you went along was that he didn't want to be alone with her, right?
Yes. He
didn't want to be alone with her, did he?
In a conversation that he had with me previously.
The answer is yes or no. He did not want to be alone. You were going along as a chaperone, right?
I don't know that I can say that he didn't want to be alone with her, but he liked that when I was there or when I and my sister were there, that they weren't as physical.
And you viewed your role as somewhat of a chaperone, right?
I didn't view my role that way.
Do you remember that we had a conversation about this many years ago? At your house? Do you remember that we talked about this?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that this issue came up back then?
I do not, but I can say that I could see myself as a chaperone.
Okay. And it was because Mr. Alexander asked you to be there in that role.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
How tall was Mr. Alexander, sir?
That's a good question. He was about to my shoulder, so 5'8".
Right. And you're how tall?
6'2".
So he came up to about your shoulder, right?
Yeah.
And he wasn't an overly fat guy, was he?
No, he was fit. He worked out regularly, ran. When I lived with him, he was always working out and running, doing different things.
And how tall was the defendant back then?
I think she might be slightly taller than Mr. Alexander, but I'm not sure. I don't
have anything else. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Freeman, you were asked about this, what was characterized as you being a chaperone for this trip.
Yes.
In that regard, let me back up. How does your church view two individuals who aren't married, of the opposite sex, traveling alone together?
That depends on who you talk to.
Okay.
I don't think officially it's probably frowned upon, but traveling together is probably not frowned upon as long as you're not rooming together or staying in the same hotel room, things of that nature.
Okay.
But I know it's not encouraged.
Okay. But if you were sleeping in the same room or same hotel room or whatever the accommodations might be, that would be problematic, right?
Yes, that would be discouraged.
And if you had two other people there with you, that would perhaps divert any suspicion or concerns in that regard, right?
Yes.
Okay. You also were asked, you said, well, because he didn't want to be alone with her. Were you in any, he being Travis and her being Jodi, did she force her way onto this trip?
No.
We also talked about Mr. Alexander's fitness. You described him as being, I believe, to your shoulder, but you said he worked out regularly.
Yes.
Did you observe him work out? Is that when you lived together, or did you work out together?
When we lived together, he would get up and go running every day, and he had numerous exercises he would do regularly.
Okay. Strong guy?
Yeah.
Okay. You see him lift a lot of weights?
Yeah, he would lift weights.
Punching bag? Did he have that when you lived there, or did you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. You ever see him strike anything?
Objection beyond the scope.
Overruled.
Yes, but I'm trying to remember when. It was either a punching bag or it was something like a punching bag. I don't remember if it was a punching bag, but it was over the course as we would do the UFC fight nights.
Okay. Powerful punch?
Yes.
You were asked about Miss Arias's, whether or not she would be worthy of being baptized if she was performing oral sex upon Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was that somebody wouldn't be worthy of being baptized if that was the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But when we spoke earlier, we also talked about how someone attains the position for which they have the ability, I think was your word, to baptize someone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that person, a person who was receiving that oral sex, someone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that person, a person who was receiving that oral sex, they wouldn't be worthy of that title, correct?
No, they would not be worthy to perform in the ordinances associated with that office at that time until they had gone through a repentance process.
And when we're talking about office, are we talking about when you said elder?
Elder, yes.
Okay. So, based on your experience in the church then, if someone in that position of an elder were to be violating the vow of chastity, they would lose their position in the church. Is that correct? Or they would lose that status?
They would not lose their status in that way. They would go to, if it is known that they are breaking the law of chastity within the church, especially with another member as well, they will go to a disciplinary council who will then determine what happens, whether they are excommunicated or their priesthood office is removed, or they go into a probationary period as for a year or for however long is dictated by the disciplinary council.
And what do you mean when you say probationary period? What does that mean?
If somebody goes into a probationary period, it's a term in their membership where they are not allowed to, they can come to the meetings and participate, but they're not allowed to partake of the sacrament, to give talks, to have a calling in the church, or to give prayers. And it's different depending on, it's up to the disciplinary council what it looks like exactly. But in a probationary period, they're only allowed to participate as the disciplinary council states, and then they meet with that council regularly to update them on their progress and how they're doing in the areas of their life in discussion.
Could sanctions also include excommunication?
Yes, they could.
Okay. And if someone were to face that disciplinary council, you said they couldn't take the sacrament at church, right?
Yes,
That would
until
be
they're
one
told that it's
possibility.
okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And that would be apparent to fellow church members if that was taking place, correct?
Not the disciplinary council. A lot of members may choose not to take the sacrament 1 week,
Okay.
just for how it's viewed. It's viewed as a commitment throughout the week to remember Christ in your actions and to follow the teachings which we've been taught within the church. And so sometimes people who have felt that they have slipped up during the week or they've done something that they regret, especially if it's something larger, sometimes they will, in a way of humbling themselves, forego taking it until they have proven to themselves, until they feel worthy again to partake.
Okay. So if you slip up, so to speak, you're not supposed to take the sacrament. Is that right? Or is that more of a personal
Again, it's a personal decision. At the same time, there are certain things like the law of chastity that you are supposed to address with your bishop if you slip up in certain areas. Law of chastity or the word of wisdom, not drinking, smoking, things like that.
Okay.
In other areas, the smaller things, it's personal discretion because the sacrament is also a commitment to say, I may have slipped up this week, but next week I will try my best to do better at those things.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, during the entire time you knew Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend or not, did you have any reason or were you under any impression that Jodi was, quote unquote, stalking Travis?
No, I had no impression. I heard that from people, that they would say that who didn't know her. What I saw for the most part was Jodi was confused about where they stood as their relationship. She talked to my mother and I and kind of the family. She would voice her concerns about her uncertainty about where they stood in the home with us, but she would, Travis would text, they would text each other, and she would go swing by and they would hang out. And so I heard the accusations that she was stalking, but I always kind of shrugged them off because I never saw anything in my experience to dictate that.
Would it be fair to say your impression was that Jodi loved Travis?
Yes.
Objection.
Thank you.
As I was stricken, and lack of foundation.
Sustained on foundation. You may inquire further.
You spent a lot of time with Travis and Jodi together, right?
Yes.
You went on trips together.
Yes.
You spent time with Miss Arias as someone you said that was like a sister to you.
Yes.
You said she gave signs to you that she was confused about her relationship with Travis.
Yes.
Based on all those conversations and all the interaction and the interaction you saw with them together, are you under the impression that Jodi loved Travis?
Objection, lack of foundation. When?
At any point in time?
Again, same objection.
Sustained.
When they were dating and you went to have a soup pie in 2007 in the summer, based on what you observed there, do you believe Jodi loved Travis?
Based on what I observed there, I believe she I believe that she did love him, but that she was trying to figure out where they stood. And she made comments to that. I just want to know where we stand.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Was that, without telling us what she said, was that the same impression about her loving Travis but being confused that she had in the fall of 2007 when she was hanging out with you and your family discussing these things?
With regard to her feelings for Travis?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you also said in having those feelings, Travis would call her, text her, whatever, and she would come over to his house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Looks like we have a few questions from the jury. Counsel, please approach. What is UFC Fight Night?
It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It's a televised cage fight, and so every time that they would have a fight, Travis would have a televised. He had a projector and a big screen and surround sound on it. He would have a big fight night, and everyone would come out and bring potluck food, chips and salsa, and dip, and pizza, and it was just kind of a big party, get together for everybody to hang out and talk and socialize.
Were the arguments between Travis and Jodi any different than arguments between other couples you have observed?
I didn't think so. No.
Were these normal arguments between a couple with respect to the severity and way they fought from your personal experience?
Yes.
Did you ever see Travis hit Jodi or be in any way abusive to her?
No, none whatsoever.
Aside from Jodi, were there others not included in both groups when events were held at Travis' home?
My sister on occasion, and Aaron Dewey. He was a roommate of Travis's as well. I don't know if he was there when I would hang out with Travis and Jodi, but I know that he was there when Travis would hang out with Jodi as well, because he was still a roommate in the house.
Did you ever hear Travis call Jodi names?
No.
Did you ever see Travis physically harm Jodi?
No.
Follow up, Mr. Nermi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you explain to us, you said you attended some of these fight nights that Mr. Alexander would host. Maybe the question makes me think, could you explain what we're talking about here? Are we talking about Olympic wrestling? What are we talking these fights entail here?
It's mixed martial arts. So boxing, wrestling, Muay Thai, any of the different styles as they're combined together. Just various conglomerate of mixed martial arts in any form.
Okay, you said that in a very dignified fashion, Mr. Freeman, but are these really brutal fights?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about
yes.
here? Okay, thank you.
From the state?
I would have nothing else to say.
Any other questions from the jury? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25, and we will start promptly at 1:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I know you were waiting for us. We were working diligently, so I do appreciate you being patient with us. The defense may call its next witness.
Yeah, the defense calls Lonnie Dworkin to
Mr. Dworkin, please come forward.
No. Can you spell your last name for me?
D as in David, W-O-R-K-I-N.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
Lonnie Dworkin, spelled L-O-N-N-I-E, D as in David, W-O-R-K-I-N.
And Mr. Dworkin, what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a computer forensic examiner.
What does that mean?
I work on criminal and civil cases that involve digital evidence. The digital evidence can be in the format of a hard drive, a cell phone, audio forensics, most evidence items in the digital domain.
And what kind of training and experience do you have to do that?
Well, I have a degree in electrical engineering I received from Boston University. I worked for the U.S. Navy for approximately 7.5 years in a variety of engineering and project management capacity. I worked for Intel Corporation in a variety of roles, including product design and development, software validation, verification, as well as part of their quality organization, providing consulting to different organizations worldwide on systems development. And then after that, when I separated from Intel, I started my current company, CompuFor LLC. And in preparation for that, I took a number of technology training classes in the area of some of the forensic tools that I use, such as NCASE and FTK. These are forensic tools. As well as over the years, I've been doing this now for approximately 11 years, and I have attended conferences and additional training annually.
You mentioned some of the tools that you use, like NCASE. Are these some of the same forensic tools that police officers use?
Yes, I've always made it a point to use the same tools that local, state, and federal law enforcement uses, to the extent that they were available to me as a defense expert. And so NCASE is a very popular tool for mostly local, but federal also uses it on occasion.
All right, and then do you continue with ongoing education?
Yes, every year I attend boot camps and training sessions as part of conferences, or I'll attend specialized training to stay apprised of new developments in technology and tools.
All right, and were you retained in this case, in Ms. Arias' case?
Yes, I was retained.
What were you retained to do?
I was retained originally, I believe, to look at some computer evidence, and throughout my retaining, I have provided computer forensic services in a variety of technologies, including cell phone technology and computers.
All right, so we can be more specific, I guess. Let's talk about some of the things that you did. Did you take a look at some of the things that Mesa Police Department had taken in as evidence?
Yes.
And did you view them forensically? Did you do your own forensic work on them?
Yes.
I want to talk to you specifically about something that was labeled by Mesa PD as number 390633. Are you familiar with that?
633, yes.
Do you know what that is?
That is, as I understand, the victim's laptop or computer.
Okay. Is that a compact Presario?
Yes, I believe it is.
And when you're working on these things, do you use the same numbers that Mesa PD uses?
Yes, I adopt their nomenclature, their numbering system, to make it easier for comparing my results to their results. So when I talk about evidence item 633, we're all talking about the same thing. If I have evidence that's brought to me that didn't come from law enforcement, let's say, then I would assign my own nomenclature to it using my own internal standards.
Okay. So one of the things that you did with Travis's laptop, were you aware that Mesa PD had also forensically reviewed it?
Yes.
Okay. And part of your forensic review, what does that mean? What are you doing to that computer?
I can speak.
Specifically the compact.
Well, I can speak to my standard protocol.
Okay.
I follow this for every piece of evidence that I handle. When I'm provided a forensic copy of a computer's hard drive from law enforcement or from another expert for that matter, it's provided to me in a forensic format that it's known as an E01 or E01 file format, and that's because that's a file format that is associated with the forensic tool EnCase that we use. EnCase is the product name. It's made by a company out of Pasadena called Guidance Software. And so when I receive this evidence copy from law enforcement, it has certain safeguards in it to help us ensure the quality of the evidence, to make sure that bits didn't inadvertently flip or change. It's a way for us to verify that the copy I have is exactly the copy that they have and nothing inadvertently changed. The copy I'm provided is a read-only copy. I can't make changes to it. So that's a nice safeguard as well. And the standard protocol that I was trained in and the training classes I've taken from Guidance Software is often attended jointly with members from local, state, and federal law enforcement. We all follow the same protocol. Essentially, we'll mount the evidence item, and the first thing we'll do is we'll verify to make sure the evidence is intact. I don't know how much detail you want me to go into beyond that, but I can go into further detail if you wish. But I can go on to the next step of the processing.
What is the next step?
The next step would be to recover lost folders. Essentially, when parent folders are deleted, oftentimes the child folders or subfolders can still be recovered intact with their names and metadata. And so there's an N script. It's a feature built into the EnCase tool that allows us to quickly recover those items. The next standard step is to, was that clear?
Yeah.
Okay. The next step I always follow is I run a file signature verification. I've learned through my training and experience, sometimes people try to hide information because by changing the file extension of a file. So, for example, if you wanted to hide a photograph, you could simply just change the file extension of the photograph from .jpg or JPEG to DOC, and the computer system in the registry would think it's a document. So if you were to click on that file, it would try to open it as a document and report that the file is corrupted. But in fact, the person merely changed the extension. So to make our examinations more efficient and faster, there are special scripts we can run to test for those kinds of conditions. And so the way the script works is it reads the actual file header for specific file types to flag it to see if the extension matches the header. And so that's just a normal practice. Sometimes file extensions could get changed accidentally, or so it's just a good practice to do that. So that would be the next step that I ran. After that, then the exam would turn towards specific areas of interest for that particular case.
Okay. And so the specific area of interest with the compact, did you take a look at the internet history?
Yes, I ran actually two types of recovery. EnCase, as I mentioned, is a forensic tool and has some wonderful built-in features that allows us or helps us facilitate the recovery of certain types of information. One of the types of information is internet history. Internet history is very interesting in that when you surf the internet, if you're a Windows user, and you're using Internet Explorer, there is a log file that's maintained that's not immediately visible to the user. The user may have an indication there's a log file there because oftentimes you can go back and look at your surfing history for that day or that week or that month. So if you want to go back to a site that you enjoyed, it makes it easy to do that. That's captured in a log file. That's one of the hidden files on the computer. And EnCase has the ability to recover these log files. The way the computer works is it will take the daily surfing data or log file and it'll consolidate it into a weekly file and it'll delete the daily file. Then it'll take the weekly log file and it'll consolidate it into a master log file. And that's how it works. That's how it knows what you surfed today versus yesterday versus last month. EnCase has the ability to not only display or present the current log files, but it has the ability to recover, identify previously deleted log files. And it can do this with multiple web browsers. As I'm sure you're aware, there's Internet Explorer, there is Firefox, Safari is also used on the PC now, as well as Google Chrome. And so EnCase has the ability to recover these types of records.
And did you specifically look at the compact as far as internet history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And may I approach, Judge? When you do that, do you create a report?
Yes, I have the ability to generate a report, and this looks like a standard EnCase formatted report.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 419. When you generate a report, does it tell us then, in your report, does it tell us some of that internet history?
Yes, it tells us the log file that the entry was recovered from. So I'm going to just pick one here. It says...
yeah, don't tell me specifically yet what
the
exhibit is. But when you run that report, can we learn then the timing of when that internet or that specific history on the internet occurred?
Yes.
Can we learn the date?
Yes.
And did you view exhibit number 419?
Yes.
Is that a copy of your report with regard to the compact part of it?
Yes.
Judge, the defense would move in exhibit number 419.
Objection to hearsay as to this quasi-officer report.
Approach.
Pages are numbered.
3 pages that I handed you. Mr. Jordan, the 3 pages that I handed you, that's just a limited part of your report, is that right?
Yes, the pages are numbered.
Okay. And actually, I know that these pages are numbered 1,505 through 1,507.
Correct.
So does that mean your report is probably longer than 1,507 pages?
Potentially.
Okay. And exhibit number 419, does this have to deal with just a specific time period on June 4th? The internet history I'm talking about. Do you need to see it?
Well, that's a subset of the report, so whatever items are on those particular selected pages, that's the only time frame you see. My full report did not filter for any particular time period.
Okay, right. So in other words, if we want to know about a specific time period, we can flip through the pages and find that in the report.
That is correct.
Okay. At this time, Judge, the defense would move in exhibit number 419.
Any additional objections?
No, thank you.
Objection overruled. Exhibit 419 will be admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
Okay, so based on that report, can you tell us in on the first page, we're talking about when that compact was first was accessed during that time. Does it give you a time?
I'm sorry, can you ask me that question again?
Yeah, let me do that again. Okay, so there's a lot of information in each little square of separate time piece. Can you tell us what that information, generally speaking, what information is it giving us?
Well, each piece is essentially a logged event. So it could have been the result of a user interaction, for example, typing in a URL and hitting enter. It could be the result of a redirect on the internet. So each action is logged. On the 63 computer, for example, I think there were over 99,000 entries. Some of them are redundant, not all of them are unique.
Okay. And so can we look at the first action?
At the very top of the first page?
I don't think that one's complete. I think we...
It's not.
Okay,
it's just a portion. So the first full one.
The first full action.
Yes, I'm looking at it.
Can you tell us about the first full action? What is it telling us?
Okay. Well, it's an action that documents a website that was visited and the date and time the website was visited.
Okay, can you tell us what website was visited?
Yes, it was youtube.com.
Okay, and the date and time?
The date and time is June 4th, 2008 at 4:08:11 a.m.
So 4:08 a.m. and 11 seconds? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. What else does it tell us?
It tells us the browser type. In this case, it's Mozilla, which is a form of Firefox.
And does it tell us anything else?
It tells us that the profile name that was used was Deanna Reed.
And what's the profile name?
The profile name is going to be the user account on the computer that the internet event was accessed with. So, for example, with a Deanna Reed account, someone was logged into that account and then went to this website, and the log captured the website information and the user profile that was used to visit that website on the computer. Sometimes people will provide their first and last name, and subsequently when you access your computer, especially if you use a password, it'll present you with the account name, and you might log in if you've used a password. So usually the user will create a login account, or it just depends on the history of the computer. If it was used or if it's a company computer, obviously that would vary.
Okay. And does it tell us anything else in that action?
Yes, it tells us the name of a file that was accessed, the YouTube file that was accessed.
Okay. And what was that?
The title of the file is drunk, in parentheses, Daft Punk dash hard bodies faster, stronger, and then close paren.
Okay. Is that all the information it tells us in that action?
Yes, and it has, of course, the path. So if we went back to YouTube, if this video was still there, we could conceivably view it.
Oh, okay. All right. So based on that information, does that mean that that particular computer was being used at 4:08 in the morning?
Yes.
And visiting that particular website?
Correct.
Okay. Can you go to the next action?
The next action?
The next action.
There's another action at the bottom of the page.
Okay. And can you tell us the website?
The website or URL.
Okay, I could start with the time. What's the time?
The time is 4:11 a.m. in the morning and 4 seconds.
Okay, and what's the website? Oh, what's the date?
The date is also June 4th, 2008.
And what's the website?
The website is youtube.com.
All right. And specifically, does it tell us specifically which, or?
The title of the video that was viewed?
Yes.
The title of the video that was viewed is DAF hands dash harder, comma, better, comma, faster, comma, stronger.
Okay. And the next action.
Okay, I'm on page 1506.
All right, and let's start with the date.
Okay, June 4th, 2008.
And the time?
It's 4:15 and 13 seconds in the morning, a.m.
Okay, and the website?
The website is again youtube.com.
And does it tell us specifically where on YouTube?
The title of this file is DAF hands dash double speed in parens faster, comma, better.
All right, and then to the next action.
The date
Yes, the date
is
first.
June 4th, 2008. The time is 4:24 and 0 seconds in the morning, a.m. The website is the same, youtube.com, and the title of the video that was watched was freewebproxy-air-proxy.com.
Okay, and is there another action?
Yes.
And tell us that one, please.
The date is June 4th, 2008 at 4:30 and 27 seconds in the morning.
Okay.
The profile name is the same. It has not changed. It's still Deanna Reed. And at this point, now we're looking at Gmail. The actual URL is mail.google.com, which I know is Gmail.
Okay. And the next action?
The next section, the date is June 4th, 2008. The time is 4:33 and 55 seconds in the morning. The browser is still Mozilla. Okay, the typed URL is www.travisalexander.net. The profile name is still Deanna Reed. And the actual URL that was accessed was page googlesyndication.com.
Okay. And is there one more action?
Yes.
And what's the date on that?
The date is also June 4th, 2008. The time is 4:35 and 45 seconds in the morning. Still Mozilla. The URL that was accessed is travisalexander.net. And then there's a path. Do you want me to read the path as well?
No, that's fine.
Okay. And then it's Deanna Reed as well, and the Google syndication.com as well is the URL.
Okay. So is that the last action?
That is the last action.
Okay. And so based on that information, can you tell us then that that computer was being accessed at 4:35 in the morning?
Yes.
And that, and between the hour of, I think, when did we start? 4:04 in the morning?
4:08 a.m.
4:08 in the morning to 4:35 it was being accessed?
Correct.
All right. Let's talk about your work that you did on an external drive.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm talking about one that was initially broken.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember when you received that?
No, I'd have to look at my records.
Can you do that, please?
Yes.
Is that possible?
I need my folder. Thank you.
And Judge, if we could have that marked as an exhibit, please.
The entire folder or just his
Whatever
notes?
he's going to refer to.
Did your family need it? Okay. Okay, handing you Exhibit 421, which has been marked. Does that refresh your recollection as to when you received the hard drive, the external drive?
Yes.
All right, when was that?
It was on October 25th, 2012, at approximately 11:26 in the morning.
And what is it that you received?
I received a 2.5-inch internal hard drive. That's the size of a hard drive you would find in a laptop. And a bag of parts from an external enclosure that would be appropriate for use with that hard drive. So it appeared that that hard drive may have been in that enclosure at some point, but this enclosure was provided to me as a bag of parts.
Okay, and actually, did you receive a mirror image or something? Did you receive something else? I think in November that had to do with this external drive. A mirror image.
Yes.
Okay, when was that received? Does that refresh your recollection as to when you received the mirror image?
Yes.
All right, and when was that?
That was on November 5th, 2012 at approximately 4:57, and I can't read if it's a.m. or p.m. And it wasn't received directly by me. It was received by a representative of my office.
Okay. And what were you asked to do with that mirror image? Well, let me ask you this. I'm sorry. What's a mirror image?
A mirror image is another term that's used for forensic copy. So earlier in our discussion, we talked about my having received a copy of the victim's laptop from the Mesa Police Department in a forensic format. This also is the exact same format, just a different evidence item, different hard drive.
Okay. All right. And what were you asked to do?
I was asked, I don't recall what I was asked to do.
Were you asked to pull photographs, everything you can off of the mirror image?
I was asked to process the hard drive using my standard protocol. I don't recall, without looking at any notes, what specifically I was asked to do. I do remember following the standard protocol.
Okay, so that standard protocol, would that involve using EnCase?
It would involve using EnCase. I believe on all of the evidence items I had received, I recovered all photographs, messages, and internet history. So I would expect I had done the same with this device as well. However, this particular forensic copy posed a unique challenge.
What was that?
The copy I received was made from the original hard drive, but the original hard drive was not functioning. It was damaged as it was related to me. And therefore, the hard drive had to be sent out from Mesa PD, as I understand it, to a specialty service to try to make the hard drive operational. And then once that was accomplished by this third party, they created a EnCase or forensic image and returned it to Mesa PD, and then I received a copy from them.
Okay.
And so normally, if I receive a forensic copy, and the copy was made from a working computer, a working hard drive, I can easily add it to my forensic tool, and I can open it up, and it'll appear to me as any Windows hard drive. I will see a file system, I'll see folders, and I'll see files. In this case, Because the first sectors of the hard drive had been damaged, the master file table that enables or establishes the file system, the folders, file names, and all and such, had been damaged. And so I had to run some extra special or some unique scripts and do a little bit of searching to essentially reconstitute the file system. NTF file systems, this is a common file system often used by Windows, certainly Windows XP and Windows version 7, often has a backup. And I was able to search the hard drive and locate the backup file system. And using that, I was now able to view the content on the hard drive. However, I was also aware that the copy I was presented, the portions that had been damaged had, in its place of having the normal bits that we'd expect to see, the service had written unrecoverable. So I knew those sectors were not usable and did not have any evidentiary value.
Okay. Ultimately, were you able to pull different information using EnCase off of this mirror image?
Yes.
And was some of that information photos?
Yes.
And when you pull photos off, were you always able to get information about when those photos were taken?
Not always.
Is that due to the damage on the external drive?
Some of it yes, and some of it no.
Okay. All right. Judge, may I approach? Am I showing you exhibits number 394 and 393?
Yes.
You recognize this mirror image?
Yes.
And I see there's a timestamp on the front of the photos. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that something you put on there?
No.
Okay, so what does that come with the photo? That timestamp?
This is how the photo appeared to me on the evidence item.
Okay. All right, defense moves, I forgot the numbers. Defense moves to enter exhibits number
393, 394.
393 and 394.
Objection, relevance. Do you want to make a plan with item on that?
You may.
That's
May we have it out of the bench, please?
He's asking to voir dire the witness. You may.
Sir, with regard to that part of the human body that's there, do you know who it belongs to?
I do not.
That's not your area of expertise, is it?
No, it is not.
I object on the grounds of relevance and lack of foundation.
Now you may approach.
Thank you.
Area on Monday. At this time, please be back in the designated area on Monday at 10:30 a.m. We will start promptly at that time. Have a nice weekend. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
Please stand for the jury.
All right, counsel, is there anything else for today?
Your Honor, briefly, obviously today's events may give rise, or rise to the need, I should say, to alter the schedule of proceedings in terms of our experts and that sort of thing. In that regard, we had discussed the motion, the prosecutorial misconduct motions, and Ms. Hughes coming to testify on the 13th, and I just wanted to know if that is going to happen in terms of scheduling our experts.
And I would ask that Mr. Gus Searcy also be here on the 13th. So I know that Guy Hughes will be here on the 13th as directed, but I'm also asking that Gus Searcy be here also.
Judge, as discussed, Mr. Searcy requested to appear telephonically. He did not advise the 13th being a day that he was available to be in Arizona.
All right, well, I will allow Mr. Searcy to appear telephonically, but he will need to be available when we call him, so you'll need to have a number where we can reach him.
I will work on making that happen. So I assume then we will not be in front of the jury on the afternoon of the 13th.
That is correct. We will complete the evidentiary hearing on the 13th.
And Judge, I know that I'm going to be asked about this. May Ms. Hughes also appear telephonically?
Well, Mr. Searcy has already been to court and appeared, or has had an opportunity to judge his credibility, to see him in person. I have not had that benefit of that with Ms. Hughes, so unless there's a stipulation between the parties, she should be here in person.
I will contemplate it, but I highly doubt that I would agree to that.
Okay. Sir, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else?
No.
All right. Thank you. All right, let's bring in the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have any of you seen any media coverage or heard any media coverage about this case? I see no hands. Ms. Wilmot, you may continue. The court is sustaining the objection to Exhibits 393 and 394.
Good morning. State your name, please.
Yes, Lonnie Dworkin.
And Mr. Dworkin, we left off with pictures that you already have up there on your desk, Exhibits 393 and 394. We were talking about a mirror image or a copy of a hard drive. Do you remember that?
If you can refresh my memory, I don't remember the exact context.
Okay, well, we were just talking about a mirror image and things that you pulled off of that mirror image.
From where these photos came from?
Yes.
Yes, I remember that.
Okay. And the mirror image was taken of a hard drive. Do you know who that hard drive belonged to?
According to the documentation that was provided along with the hard drive, attached to the hard drive, and notes I had received separately previously from the Mesa Police Department, it appeared to belong to Jodi Arias.
Okay. And those two pictures, Exhibits 393 and 394, are those two pictures that came off of that mirror image of the hard drive?
Yes, I removed them from or I copied them off from the forensic copy, the mirror image.
All right. Okay, I want to talk to you, I want to move on a little bit and let's talk about a heliophone that you looked at.
Okay.
What is a heliophone?
A heliophone, it's actually Ocean Helio. It's a early predecessor to today's smartphones. It has a dual function keyboard, so you can slide the phone in one way and reveal a dial pad with just numerical keys, or you can slide the phone in a different way and reveal a full keyboard, QWERTY keyboard. And it had some multimedia features, had the ability to surf the web, take photographs, record audio, things of that nature.
All right. And did you look at a heliophone in this case?
Yes, Helio Ocean.
And did you actually receive the phone itself?
Yes, I did receive the phone.
Do you know when you did? When you received it?
I would have to check my records.
Okay, can you do that?
Sure.
And when you have that, I'll get it marked. Sorry,
Yes.
All right, Mr. Dworkin, I'm showing you a SIM mark of identification as exhibit number 424. Can you tell us when you received that heliophone?
I received the Helio phone, the Ocean Helio phone, on June 30th, 2010.
Okay, and when you received it, what did you do with it?
I secured it in my evidence locker, and then at a later date, I processed the phone to extract information.
All right, and what do you mean process the phone? Did you have a protocol that you do?
I do. I would have to refer. I generated several reports. Each report had a different objective or scope.
Okay.
I can speak generally to my protocol and specifically some of the challenges I faced with this phone, or I can pull my reports up and talk to each one.
Let's talk about specifically, did you have any problems with the phone pulling information?
Well, I had some challenges. Generally, with cell phone forensics, we like to use forensically established protocols and tools that go along with those protocols. So there are some very popular forensic tools out in the marketplace that will allow us to attach to a cell phone and extract the information in a repeatable, very comprehensive manner. However, prior to these specialized forensic tools showing up in the industry, we used to be left with either using commercial available tools to extract data, or sometimes something as simple as screen captures. And we found that screen captures were court accepted, and so that was always the fallback method. With this specific phone, the Ocean Helio brand, there were no forensic tools, and I just recently checked, and there still are no forensic tools available that can actually attach to the phone and extract the information directly. So I was relegated to having to just take screen captures to capture the information from the phone, with the exception of, I believe, the audio. The audio I actually played on the phone and captured it over an adapter, a wire adapter that's able to plug into the headset that came with the cell phone.
Tell me, well, before we get to the audio, do you know who this phone belonged to?
I believe it belonged to Jodi Arias.
Did you get a chance to turn on the phone?
Yes, that was part of my process of extracting information. I had to turn on the phone.
Okay, so when you turned on the phone, were there any photos that came up?
On the phone, it had a big screen on the front of the phone, and as soon as you powered on the phone, there was a photograph of Jodi Arias and another.
It goes to ownership.
Overruled.
A photo of Jodi Arias and another young lady.
Okay. All right. Let's talk a little bit about the audio. Can you explain to me what you mean by you plugged in to get the audio off of the phone?
Yes. Typically, before I examine a phone, especially one that I'm not familiar with, such as the Ocean Helio, I obtained a copy of the user manual and reviewed the user manual. Typically, the first step is to make sure that I don't change anything on the cell phone. And so I want to make sure I put the cell phone into what's called airplane mode, so it can't send or receive any wireless signals. This helps limit the amount of changes that could occur on the phone. After I did that, I had noted in the manual that I had the ability to record audio or memos, and I did locate a audio recording application on the phone. It's part of the built-in suite of applications that comes with the phone, and I was able to identify approximately 7 or 8 recordings that had been recorded over a period of time, and I was able to play those. What I did was, the phone, when I received it, it came with a little headset adapter, not actually a headset, but it had a very small microphone jack or headphone jack on the side of the cell phone. It wouldn't take a normal size headphone jack. So with this adapter, I was able to plug it into the side of the phone and then attach that to a recorder on my computer and play the audio from the phone over that wire and record it onto my computer.
So was it recorded directly onto your computer?
Correct. I did not just play the audio over its internal speaker and then try to pick it up with a microphone. I connected the phone directly from its audio out or headphone jack directly to my computer, and I recorded the audio.
All right. And what did you do with that audio after you recorded it?
I saved it as part of an overall report and provided the set of audio files along with other recovered items as part of a CD report.
Okay. And then you said you did screen captures?
Yes, that was the only option, to capture call logs, messages, photographs, things of that nature.
Okay, and what's a screen capture?
A screen capture is quite simply turning on the phone, information is displayed on the phone, could be a photo, could be a call log, and I have a camera that's in a special rig, so to speak, that's suspended over the phone, and I can take photographs of each screen as I page through each screen.
Okay.
It's a laborious process, but...
All right, and is that what you did in this situation?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did you also look at a Canon camera?
Yes.
Do you know when you did that?
Approximately.
Do you need to look?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. source for the record.
Okay. Let's go back a second to the Helio
Okay.
before you do that. When you were talking about screen captures, the screen captures, did you take screen captures or pictures of the text messages that were on the Helio?
Yes.
All right, Judge, may I approach?
May.
Of the actual phone itself.
Yes.
And what are those photographs of? Not the content, but what are those photographs of?
These are photographs of messages that were taken of the phone. So these are the textual portions of the messages.
Okay. All right. And was that something, are these things that you also took off then at the same time that you were dealing with the audio? Was this all part of your examination?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's go back to the Canon.
Okay, almost there.
Okay.
Judge, I don't mind him looking at whatever he's looking at, but if we could just add what he looked at first. I think it was a computer, and now he's looking at something else so that the record accurately reflects what he's referring to.
Yes, Ms. Wilmot.
Judge, what did you look at first?
The first thing I looked at was a calendar I maintain for my activities. When I received the camera, I was actually in another hearing here in court, and I was called down to receive the camera from defense.
Okay.
I came down and received the camera, and then because I did not know I was going to be receiving it, I had no paperwork with me. Normally I have a item receipt or a chain of custody form with me when I pick up evidence items. In this case, I did not. I received the camera, and that's why I'm having to go back to my digital system, because when I got back to my lab, I checked it into my evidence locker, and for that I have a digital system, which is not on my computer, but it's on my iPhone.
Okay.
So now I'm checking my digital record back from my office.
On your iPhone?
On my iPhone.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'm ready with my answer.
All right. So when did you receive the Canon camera?
I have a record of checking it into my evidence locker on January 15th
Of what year?
of this year.
Okay.
And I just checked my calendar, and I see that I have my court appearance in the other case on the 15th. And so these coincide, so I believe I received it on January 15th, 2013.
All right. Have you reviewed cameras before in your experience?
Yes.
What do you have, like a standard protocol, or what is it that you do when you receive a camera?
Yes, I have a standard protocol for reviewing cameras. The first step when I receive a camera is I obtain a copy of the user manual so I can learn about some of the key features of the camera. Specifically, I'd like to know if it has any internal memory. I'd like to know if it has the ability to maintain date and time. Most digital cameras today do. I also want to make sure that, to check other features, for example, the ability to take remote photos, if it has a timer built into it, other salient features. Also, I'd like to learn what kind of memory cards does it take and how many. Some of the professional cameras, for example, can take 2 different types of memory cards, And sometimes those memory cards are two different types of memory cards. So I want to make sure I don't inadvertently overlook something when I examine the camera. Once I receive the evidence item, sometimes it comes in an enclosure or a carrying case. So the protocol is to inspect all the contents of the carrying case, all the pockets, hidden pockets, and so forth, and photograph and document the contents. And then I move on to the camera itself. I take photographs of the camera as well. And then based on the information I got when I reviewed the user guide, I remove the memory cards, set them aside. I take photographs of those as well. And then if I can, I'll power on the camera.
With regard to Exhibit 419, and that's the exhibit of the records. .419, that's the exhibit of the history, the internet history that you created on Mr. Alexander's computer, or that you looked at on Mr. Alexander's computer.
Yes.
Is that right? All right. And this was, you said, these entries that we specifically looked at were somewhere between 4 in the morning to 4:35 in the morning?
Yes.
Were there many more entries than that?
In that time frame or in total?
No, total. At the internet history that you looked at.
There were approximately almost 100,000, like 990. It was like 99,000 plus entries.
Okay, and these ones that we specifically looked at in Exhibit 419 had to do with the timing of around 4 or 4:30 in the morning. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you asked to ever look at any of the YouTube videos?
No.
You would ask some questions about a mirror image, the hard drive?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have access to the actual hard drive itself?
Which hard drive are you referring to?
Miss Arias's, the broken one.
The broken one, yes.
Okay. Did you have access to the broken hard drive?
Yes, I had the forensic copy of the broken hard drive.
Did you actually see the broken hard drive also?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got a mirror image of that broken hard drive, is that just something that you can just kind of plug into a computer and any one of us can look at what's on it?
The forensic copy is in a forensic format, so you would need to have a viewer that can view that type of format or the forensic tool that created it.
So, and what kind of viewer did you have?
I have the forensic tool that has a built-in ability to view it called EnCase.
Okay. So is that something that you had to use on the mirror image before you can pull up any of these images?
Yes.
And about how many images or photos were contained on that mirror image of Miss Arias' hard drive?
I'd have to check my record. I don't know that offhand.
Okay, even about numbers?
I don't know offhand.
Okay, go ahead.
Can I check?
Sure. And let us know what you're referring to.
I'd have to load up one of my CDs. I don't have it preloaded on the computer.
All right, well, let me ask you this way. When you used NCase, did you come up with around over 100 different files?
When I used NCase?
When you used NCase on the mirror image?
Of the broken hard drive, I remember there was a very large number, literally thousands of images and files that we recovered.
Okay.
I just can't give you the exact number right now.
That's okay. That's really my question. So there was thousands of images?
Yes, there were thousands of them. It took days to recover the information. I had to run recovery scripts for quite some time.
When you say days, do you mean did you leave the NCase or the recovery program running for days?
Yes.
And is that in order to help it retrieve everything off of the mirror image?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Looks like we have one question from a juror, perhaps two. Counsel, please approach. Able to find some questions for you. Are date and time stamps on photos taken by digital cameras able to be manually changed and or manipulated?
Yes.
Could that occur before a photo is taken or after a photo is taken?
The file wouldn't have existed prior to the photo being taken, so you couldn't do it before. The photo or the file would actually have to exist and then go in after the fact and then manipulate it. The only other way to do that would, of course, would be to change the date-time setting in the camera itself.
Any other questions from the jury? Ms. Wilmot, follow up?
Thank you. Does that apply to EXIF information as well?
Yes, if the camera's date, you're referring to my comment about the camera's date and time?
Yes.
Yes, if the date and time in the camera is changed, the EXIF can only contain the information that the camera has access to. So if the camera thinks it's a particular date and time, that's what's going to be incorporated in the EXIF data and would also most likely be reflected in the file system data as well.
And when were you able to turn on this Canon camera?
I may have been able to turn it on. I did not attempt to because I knew that the camera had been seized and in storage for quite a long time, and usually the date-time information is lost, And since there wasn't a specific reason to do it at the time, I wasn't asked to, and I did not.
And did you see any evidence of manipulation of time and date stamps?
No, nothing struck me as being out of order. I did do an inspection, a casual or informal inspection. While I looked at the EXIF data, I also looked at the file system data to see if they were out of alignment, and they all seemed to match. So I didn't find anything out of the ordinary or unusual.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Martinez?
Sir, with regard to exhibit number 413, which is one of the photographs, is it possible that, for example, this particular photograph, that it was taken in 2007 and then uploaded or downloaded or whatever it is that one does onto the camera in 2008?
Anything's possible.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the jury? Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay.
You may call your next witness.
Thank you. I'm going to call Brian Neumeister.
Judge, he is subject to recall. Could we keep him under the subpoena, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dorkin, you are still under subpoena.
Can you spell your first and last name for me?
It's Brian, B-R-Y-A-N, Neumeister, N-E-U-M-E-I-S-T-E-R.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Please walk right around here and have a seat. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
It's Brian Neumeister, B-R-Y-A-N, N-E-U-M-E-I-S-T-E-R. I'm with USA Forensic.
And what is USA Forensic? What do you do?
We do state-of-the-art audio and video enhancement for trials and for military and other uses.
How long have you been doing that type of work?
I've been working professionally with audio and video for 32 years.
And so what kind of experience do you have in order to forensically do what you do now?
I'm a certified forensic expert in military, federal, state, civil, and aviation courts. I work with the United States District Courts as a contracted technical expert. I worked with the United States Grand Jury as a contracted technical expert.
Mr. Neumeister, let me stop you right there. Are you referring to something?
Pardon?
Are you referring to something as you're telling us?
Yes, I'm just grabbing some highlights off the CV. It makes it easier to remember.
Okay. Could I get that marked? Just
Sure.
so we know what you're looking at. Telling us
Expert. Again,
your
I work
experience. Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted you. So you were telling us
Again,
your
I work
experience.
with the United States District Courts as a contracted technical expert, United States Grand Jury contracted technical expert, U.S. Department of Justice contracted technical expert, a member, and I say I am or have been, and the reason I say that, I never know if the dues are paid up this early in the year, but the Audio Engineering Society, the American College of Forensic Experts, or actually the American College of Forensic Examiners, the American College of Forensic Examiners International, the American Board of Recorded Evidence. I work also with the Department of Defense and contractors on classified and unclassified forensic materials, the Department of Energy, a number of state and local law enforcement agencies. Actually, I'm working with all three agencies involved in this case right now. On different cases, I'm working with the prosecution on a number of other cases. I'm working with your firm, also with the Public Defender's Office, and also with, I believe, Mesa Police is involved in this too. I'm working for Mesa Police. I currently am working on cases for the Phoenix Police Department and the Department of Public Safety Special Investigations Unit. So my basic job is to just sort out the facts so that you have it to work with. I don't really take a side. I just analyze data, and we have 2 labs and we have very high-end equipment. So we're very often, if law enforcement agencies can't do it or need it done quickly, they come to us because we have, where they're operating servers, we're operating fiber optic terra blocks. So we have quite a bit more horsepower than most forensic agencies do.
So it sounds like you work on a lot of different types of cases.
Yeah, I've worked in or for 23 different countries on different cases, and I do work a lot of homicides.
Okay, and when you're talking about work, what type of work are we talking about?
Enhancing audio, for example, 911 calls. People might want to know what's the conversation in the background of the call. What happened in the background? Can you clean up the call? Surveillance video. Can you enhance what's on the surveillance video? Can you recover any video that might have been erased from a surveillance camera? That sort of thing.
And is that so is that basically your experience that you have in working with the sound and audio, or I'm sorry, sound and video?
I have quite a few Emmy Awards from the National Associations of Television Arts and Sciences, actually quite a slew of them for technical and audio video expertise. I've also won audio awards, the gold at the Cannes Film Festival for audio, as well as the Calgary Film Festival for audio. I've worked a lot in television for, in the film industry for companies like NBC, ABC, CBS, PBS, BBC, Fox, DreamWorks, Screen Gems Films, Touchstone, LucasArts, Universal Studios, Lorimar, Trimark, Gannett, there's quite a few.
All right, and so is this what you've been doing for the past 32 years?
Yes, that, and also we do quite a bit of audio work for audio that's been damaged from television shows that needs to be fixed. But for example, most of our work is legal. We've done over 200 cases in the last 36 months, worked on evidence in over 200 cases.
And have you been certified as a forensic expert?
Yes, in federal, state, civil, and aviation, and military.
Courts?
Yes.
Okay. Were you retained on this case?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do? What did you do?
I was retained back in September, I believe September 15th of 2010, and I was asked to enhance an audio recording that was made from a telephone where the person speaking on the phone had recorded the audio and the person on the other side could not be heard very well, so I was asked to clear it up and clean it up.
Okay. Can you walk us through the process of what you do in order to clean up audio?
Sure. Is there a way we could activate that computer?
Judge, the computer's on. There are some sonographs and things that I think will help demonstrate what Mr. Neumeister does. May I show this?
Approach, please.
This particular job.
Okay, and when you talk about protocols, what does that mean?
We have to follow a certain set of standards to make sure we can reproduce the work or another forensic agency can reproduce the work. So we basically catalog as we're going the steps we take.
All right, and is that what's contained on the DVD of Exhibit 429?
Yes.
And did you create these?
Yes.
Judge, Defense moved into evidence Exhibit 429.
No objection.
429 is admitted.
All right, and is what's in Exhibit 429, is that currently on your computer?
Yes.
Okay, and so for ease of process, Judge, if I can, rather than pop the DVD in, use the computer.
You may.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, the first screen I received from Mr. Nurmi's office was a recording. There were actually 7 recordings from a telephone, and I was asked to clean them up. Before we can clean them up, we have to figure out what frequencies we need to work with. So if you look at the human voice goes from about 300 hertz to about 4,000 hertz in speech range, from the lows to the highs, but there are sibilants or transients like st, or those kind of words like st, that can go up to 9,000 hertz. So when we're going to enhance a bit of audio, we need to first look at it physically on a graph to figure out what frequencies we have to work with. This particular audio recording was taken analog, which means out of an earphone jack into a digital recorder as an MP3 file at a bit rate of 128 kilobytes per second, which is not a particularly good quality, but it's adequate for human voice. So what we determine here, you'll see a little yellow line called the Nyquist theorem, and that means that the sample rate was fairly low. I'm going to be very generic on this. The sample rate is very low, which means the sibilance is going to be very low on this particular recording. So you can go to the next slide.
Okay.
The next, again, looks at what's called a spectrograph. And again, you can see the top audio frequencies are topping out around 4,000 hertz. It may be difficult to see, but what that means is a lot of the sibilants and transient things that make speech very understandable are missing. So we realize that we have to clean it up a bit and enhance it. And what I learned from looking at that recording is that the recording on the telephone was made at about 8 kilohertz, which was the sample rate. And again, this is just for the record. You may not understand it, or you can ask questions, and I'd be happy to answer it. But basically, in plain English, it's not a very good recording. So my job was to make it basically more intelligible. So let's go to the next slide. This real quickly, I'm just looking at how I'm going to change the audio to better work with. We changed the file from using a process called isotope. We changed it from a wave MP3 file into a 44.1 24-bit wave file, and you can see the noise kind of on the top and on the bottom. And when you go to the next slide, you can see that a lot of that noise has gone away. Can you go back to the previous slide just by hitting the opposite arrow? Look on the top above the orange, the noise that's up there. It's a little difficult to see on that graph, but then go to the next one. And what I've done is I've narrowed the voice frequency between 300 hertz and 3,400 hertz, and that's a pretty good range to work with for the human voice. Next slide. Since it was made from a cell phone, the audio was taken into a product called DC8 Live Forensics, where I eliminated some of the noises and background hum and stuff that is associated with cell phones. So, some of the noise you might get behind your cell phone, some of the white noise or buzz, that was eliminated using that process. Next slide. Here, because we were limited to some of the sibilants that I talked about earlier, the S sounds and whatever, we used a little bit of what's called a vocal enhancer to bring up the kind of, I'll simply say the treble, so that it's easier to understand what people are saying. Next slide. And finally, just before we finalize it, we use a computer algorithm to remove the remaining background hiss or noise that would be on a recording. And next slide. And finally, in order to bring up Mr. Alexander's voice to that of Miss Arias' voice, we use a program called Waves Compression, where we can bring the voices to be equal, because very often if it's a telephone recording, the person speaking is very loud and the person on the other end, it's very hard to hear. So in order to make it so that you can hear it better, we normalize it and make it so that the audio files or the voice tracks are equal decibel level. That's it.
The last slide?
That's all I needed right there.
Oh, okay. Ultimately, when you finished enhancing this audio, did you put it onto a DVD?
Yes, I didn't show that because what I did is I added a time code. Now, a time code's for the jury. What it is when you're listening to audio, it's kind of boomy in here. You don't get the best acoustics. So there's a running number on the screen that you can refer to in your notes. Like you'll say, I wonder what he said there, and you write it down. And later, if you ask, I can go back and replay that piece of audio because there's a time marker that you'll be able to see playing. It's called a time code. And I don't believe that's been entered in yet, so I didn't bring a slide for that. But that was the final process, was to take the audio and put a time code on it so the jury could, if they had questions, identify parts of the audio they had questions with.
All right, and so a time code is just something you added, just timing the call, or timing the audio.
Correct. It's just it's a running linear number, and it's basically for the jury's reference.
All right, and was there any identifying information on this audio?
Pardon?
Was there any identifying information on this audio?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
How many people are talking?
2.
And does one person ever refer to the other?
Yes, the male refers to himself as Miss.
Sustained.
Judge, may we approach?
You may.
Does the male ever refer to the female by name?
Yes.
What does he call her?
He refers 3 times using the name Jodi.
Okay, and does the female ever refer to the male by name?
Yes.
And what does she call him?
She refers to the name Travis twice on the tape, and he refers to himself as Mr. Alexander.
Okay. When you finished your enhancement of the audio, did you give it back to Mr. Nermi and myself?
Yes.
How did you give it to us?
I put it on DVD with the time code.
Okay. Judge, may I approach?
Thursday, I did bring in a DVD that had 7 clips on it, and it was agreed by all parties to redact 2 clips. So this is the modified DVD that has 5 of the 7 original clips that I received.
Okay, and is Exhibit 428 the one that has 5 clips on it?
If this is the one I brought in today, correct?
Yes.
Yes, it does.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
May we approach, please?
You may.
So there was no reason for you to do it, to have it on the DVD?
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
It did not affect, it was not part of this case.
Okay. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Sir, with regard to this particular DVD, you keep referring to counsel. It's true that the parties, including the state, agreed that the 2 individuals on there were Travis Alexander and Jodi Arias, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to your examination was restricted to Mr. Travis Alexander's voice, comparing that to a known sample, right? Did you compare Mr. Alexander's voice on that DVD to his known sample?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Early on.
Yes or no?
Yes, early on.
With regard to the defendant, you didn't make that same type of comparison, though, did you?
That's correct.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Goose, for the nice dono. I appreciate it. All right. I shot the goose. Yeah, exactly, Passion. Well, that's the underwhelming. I thought he'd be more assertive. Yeah. Yeah, definitely something unexpected we thought would be different. And yeah, facts, Passion. Facts. Definitely. Oh, yeah, yeah, Passion Facts. Yes, shout out to the 10th donation on a live stream. We very much appreciate you, Goose. Thank you. Hey you, yeah, hey you, yeah. It's one of my favorite lines in chats. Oh, well, what to say? Chat on a love struck. Let's go. Love struck. I meant live stream. That's maybe some of the. We can feel the love in the chat. Oh, always love struck in chat. May we always have a chat full of love. So, uh, maybe that's a message of a future and a continuous peace here. All right. Now, actually, at this point in time, we're going to be ending it for the night, and then we're going to go carry this on tomorrow. All right. So let's go here. I want to thank you all for being here, hanging out with me, and thank you, Passion, for being here in the chat. I think you do great. Oh yes, he said thank you, Captain Alien. That's super nice. Yeah, 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 Moki. Good night to you. Thank you, Moki, as well, for what you do for us as well. Okay, buddy. God bless all people. And now we'll end it and peace. And Bubbles using the cat box. Really funny. Okay.